Hello, everyone. I'm Councilmember Pete Ortiz. I'm chair of the NSE committee, and we're going to go ahead and get started. Before we begin, I want to remind the committee members and members of the public to follow our code of conduct at meetings. This includes only commenting on the specific agenda items before us and addressing the entire body, not us as individuals. Public speakers will not engage in conversations with the chair, council members, or staff. All members of the committee, staff, and the public are expected to refrain from abusive language, failure to comply with the code of conduct, which will disturb, disrupt, or impede the orderly conduct will result in the removal from the meeting. This meeting of the Neighborhood Services and Education Committee will now come to order. Can the clerk please call the roll?
Here.
Cohen. Vice Chair Dwan.
Here.
And Chair Ortiz.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great. Thank you so much. And then we are going to go to item 1 from the consent calendar, and I'm actually going to request the pulling of item 1, Senior Commission and Parks and Recreation Commission annual reports and work plans, just for a quick question to staff. If I could get a second.
Second.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So if a staff member can please come down. Hello, Andrea.
Afternoon.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being here, Andrea. Wanted to ask, and we got some emails and some concerns in regards to the work plan, the PRNS work plan. Seems like a commissioner is concerned about it, and so wanted to see if you had the opportunity to address some of those concerns.
Thank you for the question, Chair, and to the NSE committee members. The Parks and Rec Commission follows the guidance from both Council Policy 0-4 as well as the use of the city clerk's template, which is used for the development of all the boards and commissions' work plans. We go through a process where in the past, and I have checked in with other commission staff, usually it's developed by staff and then it's taken to commission for final adoption, and it's usually discussed over one meeting. This last year, PRNS decided to have 3 different conversations, one to prepare the commission for the items to be that they would want to bring forward. We had that discussion on January 27th, and then again on May 7th, we had an input session where we wanted to hear from commissioners on what their priority items would be for the following year, as well as sharing with them what the committee's priority items were going to also be for the coming year. Because as you know, most of our commission items, first, our work plan is developed with your priorities, and so we layer that into our work plan, and then we see what space and capacity we have to bring further items. So we received the commission priorities in May, and then we brought back a staff recommended work plan on August 20th, and that work plan was passed 9-1 with 1 seat vacant.
Okay, so that's good for us to know. And I mainly asked this just for the record. And so it's mainly been one individual who's making these claims. It's not something that we're hearing from other individuals?
To my understanding, yes, that is the one person who voted against the work plan.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Andrea. Really appreciate it. Thank you for answering. I don't know if any of my colleagues have any other questions. No? Great. I'll entertain a motion. Oh, do you have questions? Oh, okay.
I thought you moved it, Chair, but if not, I don't mind moving approval of the consent calendar.
Great.
Second.
All right. Thank you so much. If we could please call the vote.
I'll take a verbal vote. Campos?
Yes.
Candelas?
Yes.
Cohen? Dwan?
Yes.
Ortiz?
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
Great. And my apologies. Do we have any public comment on that item?
No public comment.
Okay. Thank you so much. Now I'll pass it off to staff to introduce the next item. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Ortiz, council members. I'm Lee Wilcox, Assistant City Manager and current executive sponsor for our council focus area, Reducing Unsheltered Homelessness. And joining me this afternoon is Eric Sullivan, our Housing Director, and John Cicerelli, our Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. We are extremely excited and pleased to share our status report for this focus area with you today. I'm going to provide a brief snapshot of where we are, more importantly, what we're learning, and how we're building long-term infrastructure to sustain the impact that we're making today. This work reflects our city's commitment to both execution and adaptation, where we're balancing the urgency and immediate needs, but also our long-term growth into system-level thinking. There we go. Here's a roadmap for today's discussion. We'll walk through our implementation process, share key insights from the last 6 months that we've learned as a team, and highlight where we're prepared to head through the 26-27 budget cycle. And as you'll see, we're working to turn learning into institutional capacity so that we can begin to scale the work that we've done and endure it in the long run. We're shifting from pilot thinking and pilot programs into larger portfolio management and thinking around these areas. Council Areas 2.0 is not just about projects and one-off things to start and then begin. It's about organizational learning. We can take this model, and as you've heard in some of your other committees, this has been put into play around cleaning our neighborhoods, which you'll hear next. It's also been put in place around increasing community safety and other needs. So if the council ever deems to want to take a council focus area out and put something else in, this infrastructure, this way of learning, and the training that we're doing as a team allows us to do that. It also allows us to clarify our strategy, link impact, and build shared infrastructure across departments, and sometimes more importantly, with our partners. Execution as learning is the core philosophy here. We're not just measuring outputs, but we're asking key important questions as we begin this work. We're in the middle of this work, and sometimes at the end of it. We're asking questions of what are we seeing? What's actually working here? More importantly, what isn't working and what needs to change? And we're doing this iteratively, sometimes on a weekly, if not monthly basis, as opposed on an annual basis. The iterative mindset echoes concepts for performance management and key critical adaptive leadership principles where public policy schools across the United States are shifting curriculum to address the very issues and how public employees learn and work together. Our use of logic model creates clear lines between our goals, strategies, and the assumptions that we make as staff, but also you as council. Each near-term goal has a success measure that allows us to test what's effective and iterate accordingly. The structure is central to both accountability and agility, and using this logic model not just as a plan, but to learn, course correct, and guide cross-departmental coordination and measure accordingly. Since September 30th, when council approved this, we've built the infrastructure and long-term impact to report back to you. We've completed retrospective trainings across the city, launched our first dashboards, and finalized logic models across all council focus area. This process has revealed where systems might possibly be misaligned, where data has been missing, and more importantly, where we need deeper partnerships, particularly with the county, that are essential to our sustainability and work to problem solve these issues. Reducing unsheltered homelessness remains one of our most complex and urgent challenges across the United States. As approved and directed by the council, our long-term goal is to move towards functional zero, which means actively managing an entire system, from prevention to a permanent solution, not just responding to individual crises. To get there, we've identified 4 interlocking areas and a set of challenge initiatives that align our shelter capacity, our funding, compliance across the entire system, and data. While this team can point to many hard-fought wins in the last year, this is not about one-time wins. It's about designing for throughput, coordination, and evidence-based decision investments. And with that, to start us off, I'm going to hand it off to Eric Sullivan.
Thank you, Lee. Eric Sullivan, Director of Housing, and I will go through the first 1 and 2 of our assessments here. My good colleague, John Cicerelli, will go through number 3, then I'll come back and wrap up number 4 on data and forecasting. So first, for number 1, as we think through shelter capacity and shelter system operations, as we have mentioned before, we have grown this system rather tremendously over the years. Once our last construction site, Cerrone, comes online early next year, we will be at just over 2,150 beds across 22 sites across the city. So we have built a significantly large system. And so now this creates significant opportunity to look for ways to optimize the management of the system and to find savings, standardization, and processes across this entire site. So what this first set of shelter capacity and operations looks like is a challenge to look for ways to best get to cost reductions and standardization, find ways to improve our outreach and community engagement, to increase placements within shelter, and that includes building in elasticity within the system that will allow us to respond to events and needs, such as our upcoming events in 2026, weather events that may occur, emergencies that may arise. The system also has played a role in responding to emergency concerns, such as apartment fires. So we built the system with elasticity and flexibility. We now need to move towards optimization and cost effectiveness. And then number 2 is on sustainable funding. Sorry, and I'll flip to this. This goes to this. So I'm going to flip back. On sustainable funding, I'll give a quick overview here. The goal here is how do we establish funding sources beyond just city dollars? Where do we look at the inputs in our work around CalAIM? And how do we create that as a stable funding source? And then 3, as John will kind of get into later in this presentation, around environmental compliance and our work around no return zones. And then 4, how are we best data forecasting the existing demand based on the build out of all the shelter supply that we have brought forth, and how do we ensure we're sizing the system correctly based on available funds and cost effectiveness. And so this slide now gives sort of where we're at in terms of status update. Number 1, as we've built out the majority of the 705 units that we brought online, as stated in the memorandum, the last site is Cerrone, and we're working quickly with our partners in Public Works and Matt Lesh to complete this site and bring it online early next year. Number 1.2, we're looking at the standardized shelter system operations, as I mentioned, identifying cost savings, where do we find efficiencies and execution in both property management, food, security, as well as case management services, which has a strong interplay into the work that we do with the county in alignment around CalAIM execution. 1.3 then gets into our work around placements and services. Part of the work we're going to be doing around creating more alignment between our engagement system and a system that can respond to emergencies, events, and issues that occur in daily life and throughout the community. The last set of items here, 2.1 and 2.2, really speak to our work around sustainable funding, specifically our work around CalAIM, as we have made good progress in developing out the CalAIM system, including receiving a partial award for technical assistance from the state. This work will likely just take more time. And as we begin to implement the delivery of direct services to our sites in coordination with the county, and then build that out to a full CalAIM system, we're going to look to probably take a little more time than we had originally anticipated, but are confident we can get this back on track throughout 2026. And so I'll speak to then very quickly here some of the areas where we have made capacity, as I had mentioned, really speaks to just the rapid expansion of the new sites, as I mentioned. The Columbus Park activation was very much synced to a lot of that work, as Lee had mentioned, and then sort of managing that expansion with a lot of elasticity to it, knowing that our motels, as an example, were brought online very quickly to provide a very temporary stay to then transition individuals into interim housing and then onto a PSH path. And that alignment of the system from motels to interim housing to permanent supportive housing as part of the alignment work we're doing with the county. As you see, one of the key insights out of this system speaks to how we have to continue to align that work in the operations and execution of it. Then two, and just to dig into a little more details around sustainable funding, as I mentioned, part of it is really beginning to look at ways in which we can better build out our HMIS system management and connecting that work with the county systems, so that as we're looking for placements of individuals who are unsheltered throughout the city, that alignment of the system is going to allow for that person to land in a county bed or a city bed and be a part of that integrated system that's delivering in towards more permanent housing. As part of the agreement recently struck with the county, we're going to be looking to identify just about 180 permanent supportive housing units on an annual basis that city individuals in the shelter system can transition to. And part of that transition will be supported by the work that we do around services in CalAIM. So each of these problem areas are interconnected, though they have different end product deliverables. They're a part of a global system, as Lee had mentioned, for delivery and service. So John?
Thanks, Eric. So we've now established over 26 miles worth of no encampment zones. No encampment zones. We do have more coming. Some of the lessons we learned, in the beginning, Eric just talked about the housing production and how much has come online. But when we were first starting, particularly in the waterways, those motels weren't open, other EIHs weren't open, so all of that has since opened. But that also means that in the early days, those things weren't aligned, right? Housing options and abatements, and so we saw a lot of movement, a lot of shifts of encampments as a result of that. We're definitely better aligned. A great example of that is Columbus now, Columbus Park. The majority of people came inside from Columbus Park, and that's the idea, because the system was ready for it. We have a couple more EIHs coming online, so there'll be more capacity in the system coming up. But that migration to other parts of the city has been a challenge. People are showing up in places either they haven't been before or we've not seen them there in a long time, which is causing us to have to spread out and react to those issues. A great example of this is north of the airport. We have a no encampment zone that runs all the way along the Guadalupe River along the airport, but after you get past 101, just north of the airport, there is no more no encampment zone, and that's where encampments are. So they're sitting just outside our zones in some cases, not in every case, but we are seeing that happen. Now with the police department and their neighborhood quality of life group, and then Eric bringing on an outreach team, there'll be better monitoring of this and enforcement of things like good neighbor policies, but also the no encampment zones to make sure people aren't settling back down in them. One of the things we learned was that in the first, so the report here has our first 3 months of the fiscal year. During those 3 months, we had 125 re-encampments into no encampment zones. But as we look deeper into the data, what we found is about 2/3 of those re-encampments happened in the first 30 days. And then it finally started to drop off. And that's because people are testing whether or not we really mean it's a no encampment zone, and they need to be educated that you simply can't be here. You can't re-encamp, right? For a long time in the city, we would clear encampments, walk away, and people would just re-encamp what we just cleared. So there's some getting used to that kind of a policy. That's the way we're seeing more encampments in the early part and fewer encampments by the time we get a little further along. So just be aware there's typically an adjustment period there when a no encampment zone first goes in. But we're aware of that and we focus on that. And then going forward, of course, we're going to be synchronized with housing. Another good example of that will be Coyote Meadows. So it's our last really big encampment that we know of in the city. That's a lot of people, but as these new EIHs are coming on, Cerrone and Cherry, that's going to move people from motels. It creates space in motels. Then we'll be doing outreach into Coyote Meadows to start moving people into motels so that we don't just show up on one day and 200 people all of a sudden have to move. So that's lining up. And so the machine is starting to work the way it was designed. It just took some time to get there. So with that, I'll hand it back up.
And I'll wrap up the last section here on number 4 on data forecasting and modeling. Part of this work, as we brought forth in the February study session, a review of all the different data sources and points of count that we have throughout across the departments, in Department of Transportation and PRNS, and Housing and Waterways and HMIS, city county systems, the point-in-time survey. We're collecting a broader set of array, including work with the PD department as well, to collect as much data as we can on the various different touch points that better understand and inform our creation of a demand side of the analysis. So we know how many people, as most accurately as we possibly can, are unsheltered, so we can build out the shelter system appropriately that we can both afford, that we can maintain, and continue to provide a decent, safe landing place indoors. And so we'll continue to do that analysis with updated numbers on both the demand side and the supply side of the equations to ensure we can provide all individuals who are unsheltered a landing spot, as Lee mentioned, in achieving functional zero. And so part of the key insight of this work is really identifying how best to forecast that, knowing there are going to always be data gaps, but where do we look for best ways to mitigate those gaps in identifying the target number that we're solving for on a daily basis and bringing that model forward and publishing it on our website so everyone in the public can see the work and the progress that we have done across the various departments. And so now I'll turn it back over to Lee.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you, John. You know, I did want to say the current community plan to end homelessness, which is ending right now, was actually adopted in March 2020 on the onset of us going into a global pandemic. And Pillar 3, which is really a bulk of the conversations that we've had with you over the last few months, you know, our emergency shelter system, our emergency approach, was brand new. And so we've talked about throughput today quite a bit. We've talked to you about throughput in the entire system over the last few weeks. I didn't want to go have this be unsaid today. We can finally have that conversation because we finally have something in the middle after the prevention system fails where we can house people and move them along, you know, the continuum to a throughput. We haven't had that as a city or a region forever. The man responsible for a majority of that is Matt Lesh, the Public Works team that have built more shelter capacity than any large city in the U.S. in the last 4 years. So I know Matt's in the audience. He's not part of this presentation, but that allows us now to do what Eric has wanted to do and look at the whole system from tip to tail and how are we most efficient. So while we've been very much focused on the expansion and get everything open by the end of the year, which is what council directed, we now as a team have the opportunity to really look at the whole system and find what is most effective, what is most efficient. And again, that is from tip to tail. One of the things we'll be doing as a team is what we talked to you guys about is retrospectives, where we get a lot of people that are involved in this work in a room, and we talk about frontline staff all the way up to the 3 of us in the box, and we talk about the issues we're facing. So part of that is something that you are all struggling with in your office with constituents as well, which is vehicle concerns. So as a group, we've finally, now that we have things opening up, we as a team will have the ability to have our first retrospective next week and really focus on vehicle concerns. And how do we create a service delivery program and programs within the city to address those things that, you know, I know all of you get so many emails on that. So that's where we'll be headed in addition to some of the stuff that Eric and John have just touched upon. So as we move forward, we will be in front of the full council again in the next few months. Did want to go over that it's probably priority setting will probably either be at the very end of January or the beginning of February. That is where we will, I believe the mayor, he still needs to go to Rules Committee with his memo on what priority setting should be. I would assume that we'll be going over some of these details where we're headed with the team around the focus areas. It'll also be an opportunity for all of you to discuss directly with the mayor what your goals and priorities are going to be. I know we've sort of already kind of highlighted the budget situation this year will be challenging. So as a team, we will be focused on the efficiencies and effectiveness of this work, knowing that there's not a lot of new dollars to put into it. As we go through that process, the mayor's March budget message will come to you obviously in the month of March for you to vote on. And then as a team, through the normal budget process, we'll be putting together budgets by department, but also collectively rolling up across this work to make sure our systems, the data gaps, and the kind of the funding actually are aligned and make sense. As opposed to, this was a very untraditional year as you approved a new approach that we could go forward. We were, really adopting that in September. This year, we'll be adopting that, the work in these work plans and the resources behind them as part of the June budget through an MBA or as part of the proposed budget, so that we know as a team what our goals are and what you're directing us to do as we go into summer and start completing that, or start that important work. And so with that, staff is available for any questions.
Thank you so much to staff for your presentation. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment?
Okay, thank you so much, City Clerk. I'd like to pass it over to Councilmember Campos for for council comments.
Thank you, Chair. And of course, thank you to staff for the presentation and the work that our city departments are engaged in to address the unsheltered homelessness in our city. What I'm learning to appreciate about the Focus Area 2.0 logic model is that we are encouraged to reflect upon our programs and make progress. And with the adoption of the June budget, this council gave considerable direction to staff, and it's important that we're understanding in real time the obstacles that you're all facing to achieve program success. So I do have several questions. One thing that this report revealed is that we are many beds short to ensure that we can provide shelter for all who accept it. And additionally, we are seeing federal funding leaving our community with fewer resources to prevent homelessness. So how are we preparing to protect families from a first-time experience in homelessness?
Well, thank you, Councilmember, for the question. So I think a lot of the work and the investments that we continue to make around prevention, as Lee had mentioned, captures a lot of how we invest in prevention, in addition to the work that we provide through eviction, diversion, and assistance. Those are two programs that, though eviction diversion is in a separate division within the housing department, it very much synchronizes with the work and the investments we do around prevention and investing in the county system.
I would just say too, I think that is where throughput is really important, because the number of shelter beds and even the number of, permanent supportive housing units, in some ways that's never going to be enough. We could always build more. However, if we can make that system more effective and efficient, like to Eric's point, it does create space. So when the prevention system or those safety net systems don't kick in soon enough and someone does fall through the cracks, hopefully there is more capacity in the system so that we're not diverting that. So I do think there's a bunch of strategies that we need to pursue. I do think the safety net and the prevention system, especially now that we've spent a lot of leadership capacity in this city, kind of opening up that shelter system and a lot of Eric's to figure out the operational models. It is an area where this team needs to spend more with the county and the nonprofit community to really figure out how we fine tune some of that. And I would imagine that's pretty central to the community plan and homelessness planning that'll start to take shape at the beginning of the year.
Thank you for that. And in the budget message, we asked staff to find a way to reduce shelter costs and operations by 20%. And this staff memo states that we're not on track to meet this goal. So can you share what the next steps are to better coordinate with the community and county partners towards meeting this goal and tapping into CalAIM dollars?
So we have made progress in achieving our goal of 20% reductions, and I'll talk specifically about some of those areas. Number one was focusing on opportunities for reductions in staff and site security costs. Part of the challenge of a system of 22 sites throughout the city and numerous different providers is that there wasn't a standardized way for getting to scale on security cost operations as well as contracts. And so we've already completed an RFP process. We've identified $1.3 million in cost savings through standardization of security operations. The next item was food. The food RFP just closed. We are reviewing the bids at the moment. Projected savings are right around the same of about $1 million. We still have to complete the RFP and contracting process, but that is sort of a target savings, reducing existing expenditures for food of just about $5.4 million a year across all sites, down hopefully just about $1 million there as well, looking at different ways in which we both improve overall quality of food delivery as well as understanding based on sort of the responses we've received back from residents and from our service providers of how do we best balance the amount of food that sort of gets tossed away, doesn't get uneaten, with total food service delivery and quality of that food. So we're looking at that now as well. Number 3 is then looking at property maintenance. Part of the work that I've done with our good partner Matt Lush in Public Works is identify what are those capital level improvements that Public Works would execute on and what are those daily maintenance work that we'll be executing. We'll be releasing that RFP in days as that has been finalized to receive a professional services for a single 1 or 2 contractors that'll roll up through the inspections team within the Division of Homelessness Response so we can standardize the delivery of maintenance services across the site as well as more effectively manage our capital improvement programs. One of the areas that Matt Lush and I are now working on is as we have a system that has aged over the last 4 or 5 years, we're going to have likely some capital improvements we're going to need to invest in. So where do we get more proactive on site preventative maintenance to stave off some of those larger costs? Another area that we have been focused on is looking at our loads of case management across each different site with the on-site and execution of our CalAIM progress that will hopefully make much more gains in the coming 2026 year, as well as direct site service delivery for both medical and behavioral health services that is going to be starting up here in the next couple of weeks as a direct service from the county to our sites. We're going to be looking at throttling down our total amount of case managers per site delivery since we'll have more direct on-site services. So the execution of each of those 4 key items, as well as other cost-saving measures that we're beginning to explore, I feel confident we'll be able to hit that 20% target.
Okay. If we were not able to meet the 20% reduction, what would it mean for our ongoing operations cost?
So some of that 20% will be baked into the base budget. So right now we're going through the base budget as well as forecasting. So that could affect forecasting numbers. However, we haven't actually counted on the full 20% moving forward.
Okay. And then in September 30th council meeting, council gave direction to track and integrate McKinney-Vento data into understanding our family homelessness. What steps have been taken so far to implement that direction, and when do we expect to begin seeing that information reflected in our reporting?
As mentioned during the September 30th amount, the McKinney-Vento data collection has been a part of the global data collection we have already receiving. The additional points of collection are being inserted into site criteria contracts and are then being rolled up into the monthly reporting that we receive from site services. Once we're able to complete that initial clean set of data reporting, as we're working with a couple of different contractors who are more struggling with some of this data collection, we're ensuring that data collection and integrity. We've set up a division led by Jerry Rutner to collect that data to verify its authenticity and accuracy, and we will look to hopefully begin reporting out in Q3, end of Q3 of next year.
Okay. And I also noticed that some sites appear to perform better than others. What do we understand today about the reasons for those differences, and how is that informing adjustments in operations or support?
Yes, so there are broad variations in site performance, and that's part of the challenges that we have, as Cupid and I have been working on ways in which we can best standardize our operations, including the institution of what's referred to as an admissions and continuing occupancy plan, to look at ways to take and streamline all operations across different sites. Each site's a little differently composed, constructed, and developed, but there are areas of standard operations that we need to install. That work is going to begin going forward in January as we're looking to implement both as we streamline data collection and tune with both the September memo regarding additional data collection and going back to the June 2024 memo on site performance and management. That streamlining of data is going to coalesce around the execution of standard procedures across all different sites, given some of the variations of the utilizations of the different sites, from motels to interim housing to safe parking. So making some adjustments within that standardization, but generally the standardizing operating model is going to also call for and sync with the request for data. Two, as we look at that standardization of operations and synchronizing that to our cost-saving measures, where do we ensure that, as an example, the provision of site security and equalizing the provision of that site security at the sites, what are the impacts and adjustments around expectations of operational delivery that is synchronized in, as just one example. And then three, as we do that synchronization of data and operations for cost savings, the third is then how do we ensuring that as we're synchronizing with our other departments, PRNS, PD, DOT, around the work we have to do around outreach, ensuring that that execution of the outreach results in, as much as possible, as Lee had mentioned, a bed for someone to land in. As we look forward to the Coyote Meadows cleaning in the spring, we want to make sure we have sufficient capacity to absorb additional individuals providing beds. So that's going to take the three areas of standardization of operational delivery I discussed. It will also inquire that outreach execution is coordinated with the county and is coordinated with the work we do around the Department of Behavioral Health Services to ensure we have as much capacity as possible for delivery. Where a site is not able to effectively perform, all of the contractors have been duly noticed based on the memorandum that Councilmember Ortiz pushed forward a month ago of a lack of performance, and where that deficiencies in performance will need to be directly addressed through the appropriate administrative actions.
Thank you. And I just have one question because I'd love to hear my colleagues weigh in as well. The report notes coordination challenges that slow placements. What specific improvements are being made to shorten the time it takes for residents to move from interim settings into long-term housing?
So there are multiple areas of alignment that need to be improved that we have identified in our work with the county. Number one is as we transition and align our systems, the county shelter system, which is primarily congregate shelter, versus the city shelter system, which is primarily non-congregate shelter, we need to align those systems to ensure that the tools we have, the Here For You hotline, HMIS, SV tracking system, can speak to both systems so we can better identify in more real-time bed availability. Two, understanding sort of the bifurcation of our system. The county runs safe parking programs, the city runs safe parking programs, but we run them differently. Where is there opportunity for alignment between safe parking distribution that equals into a shelter bed versus going into kind of permanent supportive housing? Where do we figure out some of those areas of differential? And then three, as we look at our utilization of the motel system, part of the initial charge that we brought forth when we shifted to motels away from some of the other strategies originally proposed is where do we look at acquisition and conversion opportunities. So we're going through that assessment as we completed 2 RP processes that will allow us to hire the professional consultants we need to do assessments on motels, realize whether or not they are good fits for acquisition and conversions into single room occupancy operations that provide more permanent supportive housing placements. So on the back end of this system, for additional throughput on top of the 180 target of PSH units provided by the agreement with the county, we're able to find additional capacity at that end. And then that all speaks to, again, building out a system of sufficient elasticity to allow for growth and adjustments in various different areas within the system.
Okay, thank you for answering all those questions.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Campos. Councilmember Candelas.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Lee Eric and John for your presentation. I think I'm optimistic about us leaning in as a city and shifting our approach, especially with regards to continuous improvement and/or our organizational learning. I think this is one of those areas that we hear a lot of from residents, whether we have an expressway or a creek running through our district or not. So I have a question. My first question is regards to the sustainability of the program and the funding area. Eric, I'm happy to hear about the cost reductions and savings made to date. I mean, what does that look like with regards to like percentage or dollar amounts to date with the efficiency and restructuring of the contracts that you mentioned?
So to date, I can't speak to an exact number of cost savings because the last 6 months have very much been about build out. And that's what we've kind of really focused on. But we have put into place, as I mentioned, the administrative work, the RFPs, the identification of costs, the analysis, the data reviews. So once we get this last site, Cerrone, kind of open up and running early next year, we're going to be in a position to start executing on those contract changes, those administrative and operational changes. With a totality, that 20%, I don't have a hard number on that yet. I can come back to at our next report out for NSC what that total number is as we're going through that analysis.
Right, and the reason I ask is, I mean, in the snapshot, that was, the 20% target is off track, right? But I mean, if we're like on the way there, 5, 10, 20, 50, I don't know, it's in the presentation. It would be helpful just as a barometer to see, hey, how much do we have to lean in on? Let me start. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, and I was going to say, not surprised that some of this isn't on track. It's also a point about needing to be able to sequence some of the work. July 1, a budget passes. It's not like 100% of that work plan goes into place. It is about kind of, okay, these things need to get done first. Let's get this started. With what Eric's been able to do, at least getting the RFPs advanced while we're still opening stuff allows us to kind of tight that time frame. But again, until, Cherry starts accepting people next week, Cerrone is going to be by the end of the year, we'll have some idea through all the nonprofits and kind of that conformity and operational mix that needs to happen. We're trying to squeeze it in before budget process starts, so we're doing less forecasting and trying to give the council actuals on what things will cost to run next year.
Got it. Yeah, no, and that makes sense. And part of the lift is things outside of our control with regards to partnering and or better integration or aligning with our partners in the county. But I think that's also maybe an area of opportunity where we can lean in. And I mean, you mentioned, the collaboration a couple months back, and to see how we can sync these systems for not just better outcomes, but also efficiencies, dollar efficiencies, while residents may not care that I have no say in the county budget. They look at it at their tax bill in its entirety. And so this is something that I know I'm paying attention to, and something that I hope we can narrow in on and see how we can better paint a picture, especially with us back here. You all are the experts. The second is, John, to something you talk about those no encampment zones. And you mentioned something about expanding sites, and I'm just curious as to, obviously, you all are the boots on the ground. What kind of input we have, given the feedback that we hear from residents and the concerns we hear at the neighborhood associations and at the neighborhood level, to be able to shape and or provide that input to staff.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So the way we work on the no encampment zones, most of them are along waterways. So that's generally where you're going to see them, and then around any of the housing that's being built or is already built. So Rue Ferrari to Via del Oro, Cerrone, Cherry, all these things will have little zones around them to protect them. Those are primarily the areas you're going to see it.
Right, and it makes sense. But specifically, on a point you made was, we are seeing the ramifications of some of our engagement or encampment abatement efforts spread out to areas outside of those priorities, if you will. And so, I just want to make sure that staff is conscious to make sure that we're engaging, for specifically my office, to be able to provide some input, like, hey, while we've been focusing and coordinating very, very well on a downtown or a specific part of our city, it's having negative effects in, the Mount Pleasant neighborhood. It's having negative effects in the Estates neighborhood, different neighborhoods and throughout the city. So, we're having areas, Thompson Creek runs right through the middle of my district, where people are camping, and, our staff is going repeatedly to try to abate pretty much on an every monthly basis. And so curious as to if it makes sense, considering certain areas that are hot spots or troublesome, as an effect of the work that we're doing in other parts of our city that aren't directly adjacent to the priority areas.
Yes, we absolutely do. And we do a lot of community meetings, as all of you know. We show up to some of yours as well. And we hear about these things, and then we start looking into them. To the degree they become a continuous problem, they may be advanced for a no encampment zone. You mentioned the Estates. The riparian corridor along that side will become a no encampment zone because we're just not able to stop people, so it now needs extra enforcement. There are a few other places like that where we start looking at them. I know you mentioned Thompson Creek. That's a particularly weird one because of the jurisdictional issues, but we understand that's a problem for sure. So yes, we do look at that. We do take that into account. We also have to take into account our capacity to patrol and enforce these areas. The more and more there are, the harder and harder it gets to kind of keep our arms around it.
Yeah.
And I would just say in the spirit of something that I think we thought we knew the answer to as a team, but I don't think we understood the scope or the gravity of it. This year, especially with the waterways around, encampment management, with the state mandate, so much of our time was focused on waterways, and you've seen those numbers. The other one was really around larger scale abatements and these encampments where they just grew so large. And I think as a team, we understood those are going to require additional resources, the time that it takes to do the outreach, the number of staff would be involved. I think what we underestimated it though. It was quite a bit larger, hence really trying to delay Columbus and align it with housing. It was also around just allowing our outreach workers to spend 5 times the amount of time out there. So, as we go through Coyote Meadows, that should be one of the last larger encampments that we'll be dealing with. Yeah. And I would hope, all things being equal, which won't be because of the budget situation, we'll have to kind of refine it and look at capacity. But that capacity around waterways and some of the larger encampments could, help us kind of prioritize more of these community things. And honestly, those I don't want to say complaints, but you guys asking those questions, it also really helps, PD on the NQual side of where we distribute resources. So that's kind of missing data that's really helpful to get from you guys on how we tackle those individual things. But I would think there should be additional capacity for some of those things, all things being equal.
No, awesome. No, thank you, Lee. That's helpful. The last comment or question I want to talk about is, we've done probably the most in the state, I would argue, with regards to scaling our interim housing units, and so now I'd like to see, or I'm curious what staff's take is on addressing or curbing the flow of folks actually becoming homeless, and the prevention piece. And yes, when it fails, and that's something that you all talked about today, is when the prevention system fails, we are there to react. But curious is since we're in a new look of organizational learning and revamping and iterating, are we thinking about integrating a metric or a problem area directly tied to the prevention piece or curbing the flow of folks entering homelessness? Is that something we're looking at?
So, I don't know if I could answer, are we thinking of a metric or a measure, because it is, like a shared accountability framework, and the county relies so much on it. So I'll let Eric jump into that because he's closer to it. I will say the safety net systems that the county has, as well as the prevention system overall that we're a part of, it has the greatest potential to help the throughput model. Right. And to actually, someone shouldn't be homeless for 1 hour, let alone a few weeks. So it has the greatest potential. It also, unfortunately, is one of the greatest threats. because a lack of healthcare and a lack of safety net systems, which our county is facing because of federal cuts, and quite frankly we are as well, is significantly at risk. So I would think this team, as we come forward to you, especially through the budget process, as we say, hey, we need more leadership capacity and time on these problems, you will start seeing more of those kind of problem statements showing up, especially as we try and work on our own efficiency effectiveness. Just giving ourselves time and space with the county to kind of have those conversations is going to be really important.
No, I appreciate that, and I don't expect you to give me a metric to how we're going to solve the rate of people entering homelessness and or the ratio that we always talk about. But I guess it's the thought leadership and the thought partnership to be able to help us, move the needle specifically with that one. All right. That being said, I'll move acceptance of the staff report and appreciate staff's responses to my questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember, for your comments. Vice Chair Dewan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, team, for reducing the amount of unsheltered residents. I think that from our resident here in the city of San Jose and our businesses see the changes. And not only that, you obey, but you offer shelter. And I think that's important. What concerned me is that the HMIS system or the data collecting is not coming together. If we don't have the data that we need, then how can we create a metric to solve it? And I know is on page 10 on the presentation, that particular data forecasting and infrastructure is at risk. Can you give me a timeline when we can at least fix that or collaborate with our county partnership?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. So the reason why we've labeled this at risk is because of the high frequency of interaction and collaboration with the county. The county controls HMIS system. So as we're looking to make improvements to bring more modules within that system and source the data from HMIS into our other data sources that we're collecting so we can get to that leverage review, as I had mentioned, the counts that we get from the various city departments, the data we're sourcing from both the point-in-time survey, from our depopulating sort of duplicate records within HMIS and the other work that we do, all of that analysis is just going to take just more collaboration, more time. So part of the work, as Lee had mentioned, that as we're talking through and working with the county on the various other aspects that engage in the prevention system, though not directly, health security, food security, all the other work the county does, creating and identifying those different sources of data, bringing that into execution. I'm confident we can get through a lot of sort of the hard work that needs to get done within this space, as well as agreements around data sharing and ensuring privacy with all the data that we're collecting as we're aligning our shelter system. I'm confident we can make significant progress with that towards the beginning of next calendar year, so that way we can be in the best position possible as we're beginning to stress test how our formula for best projecting out unsheltered homelessness is as accurate as possible. So the at-risk category is really just a reflection and acknowledgement of just the challenges and the timing it takes to sync up two levels of government in order to best execute this work. So I'm confident we can get it back on track towards the beginning of next year.
Thank you. The second question I have for you is still on that slide on page 10, the unsustainable funding. And it's talking about CalAIMS billing and eligible services. Can you give me a little more detail of what does it take for you to get back on track? And what does it mean if we're not on track? And what is at least a quantifiable number, millions of dollars, whatever it is, if we're not on track?
So I'll say globally, and I'll take your last question first and then go to your other two questions. First, the best projection of the revenue sourcing from a county reimbursement model is at best about 20% per head cost, assuming an average per head cost on an annual basis, a number we have yet to define because that's part of the work we're doing, in response to the other question around that HMIS sourcing. What are the acuity levels across all individuals, across all 22 sites, and that acuity level correlation to the amount of case management services, to the amount of service delivery needed for medical and behavioral health, and quantifying that number, right? So we were doing that calculation and analysis. Two, as we think through and have experienced the Path TA assistance, which is the state's technical execution program for building out a county reimbursable system, what we have found in doing this work is two challenges. One is in building out our own sort of hub system within the city that also synchronizes, connects with, works with kind of the county hub. We have to make additional operational changes within our sites. That's part of the operational work that we're doing. I reference in response to Councilmember Campos's question. And two, we have to identify what is going to be the city's capacity within our current budget constraints, as Lee had mentioned, to bring on the appropriate staff that's needed to execute this. So there's sort of revenue generation and then according expense generation, and we need to make sure that net delta between the two is to a total benefit cost reduction within the shelter system. So that is part of just the lengthy work that is required to best understand how CalAIM builds out, how it's implemented, how it reshapes some of our delivery within the system, and then the bridges on many different fronts of coordination with the county. And so as Lee and I are on just monthly calls now with county leadership to frame up the various deliverables, check on progress, and work through some of those technical pieces that then become sort of executive level decisions we have to make around resource allocation and the political, the operational, the administrative kind of concerns of this execution. I'm confident that as we're working through each of these technical pieces, through our partnership with the county, through reconciliations within the system, and the opportunity we're going to get next year in holding off any additional build-outs and being able to optimize this system, that we're going to be in a better place to get this on track to look at, to be able to achieve kind of the beginnings parts of receiving those benefits. But the system is complex. We're stepping into the healthcare administration light, effectively, in order to capture that revenue stream. And so there's a lot of other requirements that go into it in building out this system that are just going to take much more time than we originally thought.
Thank you. As we build out the rest of the beds or the shelter that we have at the end of this year, the estimation of our unsheltered residents is about 6,000, plus or minus. I don't know. I just know this. Would you agree that what we're doing now is unsustainable as a whole?
No. I think what the city has done is build a shelter system that is responsibly sized and it is a system that can be sustained so long as we're able to effectively execute on the alternative revenue streams, on the stability of funding, on the cost reductions to get to system optimization and efficiency of delivery. And once we're able to achieve those goals, this is a system, at least in my view, from a department view, and I'll ask Lee to jump in here as well, that can be sustained and that can provide a sufficient additional safety net for those who are not captured by the prevention system, for those who are going to be subject to extreme cost increases by the changes at the federal level and federal changes in policy that we have yet to see. And we can, at the same time, continue to build out more of those permanent solutions while we're providing an immediate safety net through this interim housing system.
As you stated very clearly that the revenue, we're actually an expenditure. We're not a revenue procuring. Because when you built these shelters with all the services, is an expenditure. So I don't know where the revenue buildings come in. Secondly, we barely meet the demand of the unsheltered resident that we have. The number is way above what we can build or sustain. So I don't see how it can be sustainable as we continue to expenditure, even though we have already in a deficit last year, a large deficit, and this year we're going to be even more deficit, including the county. How can we say that we are going to be sustainable? And it's, please answer that, and then my time is up. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just say, I mean, I agree with Eric's answer, and I think looking this year, refining operations allows us to take an additional look at the sustainability of funding. I would say, I think what we've done too is, you know, there are other cities that have just built more low barrier shelter. Often people get stuck in that system for a very long time and never are able to exit it because the services, the support, the links back to family aren't there. So we do have a model where we, with the county and our partners, go heavy on the service, but that allows them to go through the system. So, you know, hopefully we're never in a situation where if we have 6,000 people on the streets, we're building 6,000 tiny homes, because there are other places that those people ultimately want to get, that we want to get those people to. So I do think it's about throughput, but also I think that's why we're saying we also need, you know, to Councilmember Campos's point, we really need to double down after the expansion of the system with the county and partners on the prevention system. Because right now, what would be unsustainable is for us to add another 2,200 units of EIH capacity. That would be unsustainable for our city, and quite frankly, it would make the system that Eric and team have developed, you know, not as efficient as it should be. We should be focused more on the people that come into those emergency facilities, giving them the resources they need to move along that continuum, not stay in those places.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate everybody's comments. You know, I think about 2 years ago, I was kind of raising those points in regards to my concerns regarding the ongoing funding needed for these shelters and the sustainability. That was kind of my argument that I used for maintaining our funding for permanent supportive housing, because once we build these shelters, it's going to require ongoing funding for maintenance and rehabilitation, and then all the services and staffing, and so, but, you know, since we've gone that way, and that's where we're going, you know, I think with your leadership, Eric, but yeah, I share the concerns. I don't want to get to a place where we're having to close down, you know, knock on wood, libraries or community centers in order to continue to fund these programs, as important as they are, because they are important, but it kind of, it almost pits like unhoused community against the working poor community who also need those services. So it's a tough conversation. But I just want to thank you, staff, for, you know, the depth of work that went into this update, as well as, you know, the learning mindset you're modeling through the Focus Area 2.0 framework. I just want to recognize all the teams across the housing spectrum, whether it's PRNS, City Manager's Office, and of course our county partners who are carrying out this incredibly difficult work every day, regardless of, you know, how hard it is. That said, I do just have some questions. My colleagues already answered a few or asked a few of the questions that I had written down, but I have a few in regards to some specific items. I was definitely a critic of responsibility to shelter when it was proposed and when it came to council, but I also recognize the need of having tools that help us reach residents who genuinely need services but face barriers to saying yes or accepting those services. You know, and for an example, in my district, there's a gentleman on Alum Rock who I've tried to communicate with, unfortunately, you know, for I'm sure it's health-related reasons we're not able to communicate with him. And I think we've tried to get him help several times, and they just end up right back on Hallmark the next day. And so I've just, I'm trying to keep an open mind with this responsibility to shelter policy, even though I voted no, but how it may function in practice. With that in mind, is there any update on how this policy may have been used so far? Are we issuing warnings? Is there any notifications being, provided to members of the unhoused community?
So as an update to the Code of Conduct for encampments, we have the NQUAL team is a big part of that. So Captain Donahue is here and Chief Paul Joseph, and the NQUAL team has been doing a lot of that work as that was quickly established. They were provided critical support around the work we did around the Columbus Park clearing. On the housing department side, we have now just selected the team for the enhanced engagement part of that outreach. So they will be gearing up and starting that operation synchronized to John Cicerelli's team on the abatement side of this, so we can ensure we're having both that outreach and engagement piece as they can foretell sort of the beds coming open, as I have discussed, and where those experiences are with individuals who may not be in a best position from a health standpoint to comply with our requirements around Code of Conduct for encampment. Then John's team, the NQUAL team, will then play a role, with the expectation here being we do a lot of that enhanced engagement first, and then identify what are some potential solutions. So NQUAL is up and running. The Housing Department engagement team, that'll be up and running in January, and as we're continuing to operate too.
Okay, that's so TBD essentially, but you provided the timeline. I appreciate you giving us an idea, and I look forward to hearing it, even though I'm critical and I don't know necessarily how it's going to function, but still interested in the outcomes in regards to this. Are we doing, and I know that a lot of these things come down to like judges and in regards to the county side, especially members of the unhoused who may have been committing minor crimes. I know we've talked, Eric, in Allen Rock Village, we had somebody who assaulted an individual and then was out on the street the next day, and then it took several different crimes for this individual to commit in order to finally be in jail. And I recognize this represents a specific part of the unhoused. Not every unhoused individual is doing these type of crimes. Yet, unfortunately, those are the ones that give the community a bad rap. Are there other conversations we're having with the county on solutions for this? And because I just, right now, for example, I have like a city being built on the Capitol Expressway freeway entrance and exit, and there's like 5 different encampments right there. I know District 7 struggles with things like this as well, and the majority of those individuals are people who have refused housing. And so what can we do to start addressing this specific population?
Sure, and I think the conversation is probably taking place in 2 areas with the county. So part of the increasing community safety, especially the work that Jennifer Shembry and Paul Joseph have been leading around kind of the repeat offenders, that obviously shows up in this work as well, and trying to work with the DA's office, the county, and the judges on, quite frankly, getting judges more information before they make decisions. They actually don't see a full sheet of offenses at times. So there is work happening there around actual offenses. And I would say, especially the NQUAL unit, when they are going out, if there's warrants out, they can have those conversations with the individuals. Say a lot of the conversations that we've had in this body of work with the county is more around, it's around less about who is unwilling to accept the shelter because they don't want it. It's more around the individuals that are having a hard time making a decision because they just need additional help. And so what are those avenues with the county? If they're unwilling to accept a shelter bed, is there another avenue at the county, or is there another program? And quite frankly, we've been kind of lobbying the county as they go through budget problems of keeping those some of those avenues open, like Mission Street Recovery or something else, so that we can help that individual obviously make the decision for themselves to accept shelter.
I appreciate that. These things get difficult because, as was mentioned by my colleague, all these programs cost money, and I don't think there's ever going to be a perfect program. It's just very hard, and so the conversation's tough. And I want to be willing to adjust for every single individual, but I don't think we're going to be able to have boutique solutions for every member of the unhoused. I mean, in my district, we got families living 3 families to a home, and that's not the ideal situation, but we understand, that's how specifically the Latino and immigrant community has been able to survive in this area, and so it just gets frustrating for me. Thank you for that answer. I appreciate also the attention on the Columbus Park abatement and the lessons that we've learned from it, even though I have seen an influx in RVs in my district. But I know many of the individuals were placed into temporary motel accommodations, but my understanding is that those placements may be ending very soon, at least my understanding. Do we have a plan to make sure that these individuals who we've finally been able to help get some shelter don't end up back on the streets?
Yes, so the plan, as I mentioned prior, was for the motels to be a very temporary landing space to get sorted and settled, and to transition them into the interim housing that we have coming on open. And so all 100% of those individuals are going to be offered beds to move into the interim housing system, which then syncs them up with our work with the county to put them on the permanent supportive housing path. And that's part of the design of the system, is that the motels are very flexible, temporary stay, transition into interim housing, as we ensure that anyone coming into that motel system finds an exact kind of placement within the interim housing system.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm glad that there's a plan. I just wanted to make sure I asked that on the record. Thank you for the thorough presentation. Clearly, you guys have been dedicating a lot of time, a lot of staff effort, a lot of funds to this issue, and so look forward to the ongoing discussion. Thank you. Let's call for the vote. Yep. That was a long item. Thank you.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you so much. Let's go to item 2, City Council Focus Area Status Report, cleaning up our neighborhoods. Use the restroom.
All right, I'll go ahead and kick this one off as our team enters the box. Angel Rios, Deputy City Manager. And under this item, we'll be presenting to you today on the Cleaning Up Our Neighborhoods focus area. Joining us in the box today are PRNS Director John Cicerelli, Code Enforcement Deputy Director Rachel Roberts, Environmental Services Division Deputy Director Valerie Osman, Deputy Chief Brandon Sanchez, and Captain Steve Donahue, and Assistant to the City Manager Peter Hamilton. Our overall goal for this focus area is that San Jose residents can enjoy a city with clean public spaces and well-maintained private property. We measure our progress towards this goal through our quarterly neighborhood survey of San Jose residents. We ask residents about their perceptions of the city as a whole, their neighborhood and downtown. The graph on the bottom right shows the percent of residents who rate each of these categories as clean or very clean. We've seen notable progress over the past 2 years. In Q1 of 23-24, 33% of residents rated their neighborhood as clean or very clean, while as of September of this year, the same measure stands at 48%. Similarly, 67% rated the city as clean or very clean in Q1 23-24, while it stands at 73% today. So you can see some significant progress there. And we believe this progress reflects some of the budget investments and focused efforts we've pursued over the past 2 years. The 3 problem areas and associated goals we'll see on the subsequent slides are intended to continue this progress. So we'll start with our first problem first focus area. Our first problem area concerns blight on private property. In addressing this problem, code enforcement faces a number of challenges, including increasing case volumes, expanding scope, and static staffing for general funded positions. The graph on the left shows the increase in code enforcement cases, volume over time. We want to build on the operational assessment we completed last fiscal year to address these challenges. A number of our efforts focus on increasing the efficiency of code enforcement's operation so that we can move cases out of the pre-investigation and investigation phases and into the enforcement phases more efficiently. The chart at right shows the number of cases at each stage of enforcement. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Rachel Roberts to tell us more about code enforcement's goals. Rachel?
Thank you, Angel. So our first goal, 1.1, we have the Chronic Offender Resolution and Enforcement, otherwise known as CORE pilot program. This pilot program is intended to expedite enforcement against properties with a history of chronic or significant repeated violations so that we can bring them into compliance more quickly and sustain that compliance over time. Staff began work to implement this pilot in October of this year, and we expect to be evaluating and addressing cases under this pilot framework beginning in January. Goal 1.2 is the implementation of the escalating enforcement policy. Staff revised this existing policy, and we provided training to staff on the revised policy in September. The updated policy standardizes compliance timelines and sets clear expectations for each enforcement step, including issuance of enforcement actions, responsible party compliance, and staff follow-up to ensure that greater consistency, efficiency, and timely case resolution. The next step is to evaluate the effectiveness of this approach, and our early results so far show that cases are progressing more efficiently when we look at data today compared to Q1 of the previous year. Our third goal is implementing phase 1 of our new case management system, Codex. Due to the age of the current system, staff has encountered additional challenges that have affected the project timeline, including data issues requiring extensive cleanup and a more labor-intensive requirement gathering process than originally anticipated. To address these issues, we are working with the vendor to update the project scope and timeline. We have updated our project manager, added our project manager to the operational assessment scrum team to improve our focus and adherence, and have created a RACI matrix to expedite decision-making and streamline tasks. Staff will be providing a more comprehensive update on this implementation at our code annual report to NSC in April of next year. Next slide. Thank you. So our fourth goal is to complete the work already underway related to fines. Following the council direction and approval in August to raise the maximum administrative remedy fine to $20,000 per day with a $500,000 maximum, we are now focused on completing a fine study to evaluate our citation schedule of fines, which covers our transient type violations such as blight, solid waste, or illegal dumping or graffiti. We've contracted with Guidehouse and we've kicked off the study just this last month, and due to the time required, however, to secure the funding for that contract and the additional staff work that will follow once we receive the consultant report, the timeline to return to council with recommended amendments has shifted from February to May. Lastly, we continue our efforts downtown to bring chronically vacant and blighted properties into compliance. This fiscal year, we've continued the Downtown Enhanced Vacant Building and Storefront Working Group, using a coordinated multi-department approach to address these properties more effectively. We also began participating in the Mayor's Monthly Downtown Safety and Security Committee, and through these partnerships, the scope of the working group has expanded beyond just vacant buildings and storefronts to include late night activity, unlicensed smoke shops, and other emerging downtown issues. And these partnerships have enabled faster enforcement actions, stronger evidence gathering, quicker decision making, and timely litigation when necessary. And back to you, Angel.
All right, thank you, Rachel. And so our second problem area concerns graffiti. While we have an effective service for removing graffiti, the volume of graffiti we remove is high. We'd like to prevent graffiti from happening in the first place so we don't have to remove it. The graph on the left shows the volume of graffiti removed each year since 2014-2015. Notably, we saw a dip in 2024-2025. As you can see in the graph on the left, Q1 25-26 tracking slightly below the Q1 24-25. While this decline is encouraging, it's important to note that these statistics capture graffiti on public property, not private property, so we will need to continue to be vigilant on private property graffiti. I'll turn it over to Deputy Chief Sanchez to talk about our graffiti enforcement efforts.
Good afternoon, council members, members of the committee, staff, and the public. I'm Deputy Chief Brandon Sanchez, in charge of our Bureau of Field Operations. As you may know, we've assigned 2 officers to our gang investigations unit to investigate graffiti over the last 8 months, from February through July, and then September through present. The total number of graffiti cases initiated by detectives have been 204. Total arrests authored by them, arrest warrants, social media warrants, residential, have been 249, with total arrests made 33. We've assigned the 2 detectives to focus mainly on gang graffiti due to the potential for violent encounters to occur as a result of them. The intelligence gained from the gang-motivated vandalism, specifically around net banging, arrests have proven very helpful in solving other gang investigation cases and have really helped the detectives solve a lot of these crimes. Most of the suspects arrested for gang graffiti were also arrested for possession of firearms as well. Those are some of the highlights for gang graffiti.
Right, and I will note that when you look at that dip in graffiti, that's the first dip we have seen since the inception of our graffiti removal program citywide. So I think we're starting to see some results on both, with increased enforcement efforts as well as additional education, public education, and community education efforts through neighborhood associations that the staff is doing. So we're starting to see some shift in that area. Our final problem area is illegal dumping. We collected over 5,000 tons of illegal dumping in last fiscal year, and the amount we've collected has increased steadily over the past 4 years. As you can see on the chart on the left, the chart on the right, as you can see on the chart on the left, the chart on the right shows that illegal dumping collected in Q1 of this year is tracking at roughly the same rate as Q1 of last fiscal year. Removing this volume of waste from our streets is a real achievement and likely helped contribute to our improving cleanliness perceptions. But like graffiti, we would prefer to avoid the illegal dumping in the first place and see the amount of illegal dumping we collect decrease. So I'll turn it over to John Cicerelli to talk more about how we plan on achieving this goal.
Thanks, Angel. So this first goal, 3.1, is the coordinated strategy of enforcement. And so I'm pleased to let you know that we have a coordinated strategy now that is working, that is with our police department and our friends in code enforcement. We ourselves in PRNS have a staff member that monitors our cameras that we've put in our hot spots where we're looking for that illegal dumping. When we view video where we think we might have a case, we refer that over. We've made 73 referrals over to code enforcement. Of those, 18 have resulted in warnings, 17 have resulted in citations. About a quarter really didn't have enough evidence to pursue, so we'll work through that. An example of that is, we had an illegal dumper that on one of our cameras couldn't quite figure out who it was, but they went in a direction, and we reached out to our friends in police department and said, hey, your automatic license plate reader, could they catch this? Can they see anything? And sure enough, they were able to pick them up on a few different cameras, and we were able to get that person too. So, just using the rest of the system, not just our system, to help us. For example, another step that we're looking at is talking with our friends in DOT. They have a lot of cameras on the streets as well. Can those be helpful in any way, again, to coordinate enforcement around illegal and dumping? Next slide. Just got the... Okay, and then this one is about, this next one, wait, we skipped one. Go back, there we go. Item 3.2, so illegal dumping education strategies. So this one is also on track. We've doubled our number of presentations to neighborhood associations and leadership groups. In schools, we educated about 2,800, more than 2,800 youth through that program so far. Looking ahead, one of the areas we really want to target in the second half of this year is neighborhoods where we have high levels of illegal dumping around the neighborhood, or where we have sort of high move-in, high move-out places. Those spaces tend to create a lot of dumping. Angel likes to bring up like the college. We know a certain time of the year we're just going to get a bunch of dumping around the college as kids are moving out. I should say young people. So that'll be a focus. And then, of course, we've also got a marketing campaign coming up where we're going to try to encourage people to use our free junk. service more. We want to make sure people are aware of it and are using it. Use your dumpster days more. You know, you can wait for those things, et cetera. So we're going to try to encourage people to use the things that are there more effectively rather than dumping things in the neighborhood. And then I think 3.3. Yep.
Good afternoon, Valerie Osman, Environmental Services, Deputy Director of Integrated Waste Management. So related to what John just mentioned about our junk pickup program, we have great participation from our single-family residents. But this first part of this year, we have spent more time with our multi-family junk pickup hauler, Green Team. They're a great partner of ours, and really delved into doing some outreach with our multifamily property managers and tenants to make sure that they know that they also have access to this unlimited no-cost program. So we've seen some big successes in the first quarter of this fiscal year, and seen an increase in participation and a significant increase in the tonnage, so about 26% increase in tons. So we're hoping to get more of that multifamily junk pickup material diverted and going in the right direction, and not ending up as illegal dumping.
Back to me. So 3.4, this is about budget proposals, particularly related to trash disposal. As we've talked in the past, you know, we're picking up so much trash and debris that we're struggling sometimes to haul it. So we have done an assessment of this. I will remind you where we're going. You know, this is going to be a budget proposal. We're at the beginning of the budget process right now, but as you all know, this is not going to be an easy budget year. But we have done an assessment. We have looked at the hauling, and we've identified what we think are some potential efficiencies there around our corporation yards, including the utilization of in-house staff versus contractors in some cases, because in some cases vendors, you know, they're paying $115 to $120 a ton. We can pay as low as $20 a ton because of our agreements through ESD and our actual trash haulers. We have a reduced rate. So once you add in labor, it starts to get to, it may be less expensive for staff to do it. So we'll hear more about that as we get into the proposals in March.
And as John mentioned, in addition to code enforcement providing support for issuing citations for illegal dumping as a result of the Beautify SJ referrals, we're also had efforts going forward related to our shopping cart or abandoned shopping carts in the city. So we completed a pilot program to proactively collect abandoned shopping carts. It ran from August 14th through November 14th of this year. We collected 734 carts across the 2 pilot areas. This was really instrumental in allowing staff to test out a proactive model, as well as identify challenges internally across departments and gather lessons learned to inform a potential permanent service model. So staff will be presenting more detail on the pilot outcomes at City Council next week, and hoping to share our next steps and continue the conversation.
All right, and so in terms of what's next, you know, we'll be moving forward through the fiscal year 26-27 budget process, and as you saw during the last presentation, you know, we'll be following the timeline that was presented then, and it's on the screen here today. So with that, that concludes our presentation, and we're available for questions.
Thank you so much. We'd like to open it up for public comment.
Yes, we have one card for Chris Gian Greco. Please make your way down to the podium. You will have 2 minutes to speak. Thank you. Car, I think. I don't know what that is.
My name is Chris Gian Greco. I'm with the Winchester Orchard Neighborhood Association west of Santana Row. What you see there is a photograph that was taken in front of the Cypress Community Center. Is a perfect example of the type of illegal dumping that can happen at Cypress and does happen. What you're looking at is a small box lined with a thin plastic bag that somebody changed their oil into and then dumped in front of the Cypress Community Center. I've got this kind of sign. I've got 4 of these from the Cal Recycle program that I'd like to get one of these placed. But one of the problems that we have in our neighborhood is illegal dumping. Primarily, our observation is that it would be coming from the high-density housing that's immediately north of Cypress. We've tried to work with through the city to get some of these things resolved, but I believe a real partnership, a collaboration with the city is in order to help us. The citizens are the backbone of the community. We're the city's greatest asset. And if the city offices, I'm kind of hoping that Mr. Rios can, because this is right in the neighborhood cleanup wheelhouse, that he can at least talk with us, and there's ways that the city manager's office can collaborate with us to help solve some of these problems as a model in a neighborhood that can then be taken to other council districts. I'm hoping that city policy 0-40, the demonstration partnership policy, can apply here using innovative and creative methods, especially that we are in the dead center of the innovation zone that the city declared some 5 or 6 years ago and has brought absolutely no innovation.
Thank you. That's your time. Back to the committee.
Thank you so much to our public speakers. Absolutely, I experienced that same concern in my district. There's several apartments who I've had to work directly hands-on with code enforcement and Beautify SJ in order to contact property owners and make sure that they make sure their tenants don't continue to dump. I will now go to committee for comments, starting with Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you again to staff for this presentation. I was very pleased to read in the staff memo that we're making significant progress year over year, picking up junk at multifamily residences. Of course, there is room for improvement. And in District 2, we have several neighborhoods with illegal dumping issues near apartment complexes. I want to thank staff for working with my team to get some of those cameras into the Roundtable neighborhood, because it really makes a difference to ensure that all our community members have access to junk pickup services, mediation, and I believe that the junk pickup service is one of the city's best and highly rated services. So really, we're all here to make sure that every community member has access to those services. I do have just a few questions that I wanted to better understand what issues we're facing. So can you share some of the challenges that haulers face when they're performing a junk pickup at a multifamily housing complex?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Campos. The haulers aren't necessarily facing any challenges. We have one multifamily junk pickup hauler, and that's a Green Team, and they collect those scheduled appointments without any problem. What we had seen was just a lack of participation. There just has not been any sort of increase in participation, even when we made the program free and unlimited about almost a decade ago. So we've been doing some increased engagement with them. The Green Team has been out meeting with property managers. We've been targeting some areas that Beautify San Jose has provided to us as being sort of the priority areas where they've seen a lot more illegal dumping that is adjacent to multifamily dwellings, and we've increased that engagement there. So Green Team has done some more like clean out events that are a little bit larger than just kind of scheduled smaller items. Some of the challenges that the properties face themselves is that they may have some lack of storage area or setup area, and sometimes those individual piles of items just attract more and more items. So that can become its own sort of illegal dumping pile within their community. But those are some of the main concerns.
And you mentioned engagement can be a challenge. So what learnings have we identified that are going to help us adjust how we're engaging with neighbors?
With the multifamilies in particular?
With multifamilies, but just in general, if engagement is a general issue, what are we learning? What are we doing differently?
Sure. So we've sent out a residential garbage and recycling guide. That was in August of 2024 to all multifamily tenants and all single-family residences. So that's helped. That provides overall program information, including free oil collection. But for the junk pickup in particular, there's a lot of postcards and a lot of different tactics that we do for junk pickup. With multifamily, it seems to need that a little bit of an extra property manager discussion to kind of plan out where to put things and figure out what the challenges are for each different type of multifamily complex, since they're all so unique.
Okay.
Councilmember, can I just add something? Valerie kind of went over really quickly, but you know, since the last council meeting, we got a lot of input from this council around really needing to step up our outreach to multifamily unit housing. And so that marketing has resulted in a 66% increase this year over last year, and I think that's real significant. So I don't think she's giving herself enough credit there. So I just wanted to point that out, because a 66% jump over last year is pretty significant, and it's attributed to the marketing and outreach that they were doing, which was different this time around.
That's amazing to hear. This might be difficult to answer, but I'm curious if you have any information about the neighbors who aren't leveraging this service more often. Is accessibility an obstacle, or what might we know if we know anything about the folks who aren't using the services?
Accessibility should not be a concern. Like they should all have access to that same service. I think it's just making sure that they know it's available and that it is a benefit to their tenants. Really, I think it's a big plus for any tenants, considering the level of move in and move out you see in multifamily.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, you know, we are highly aware of the jurisdictional boundaries when it comes to these responsibilities. Sometimes our residents don't have the same maps in front of them, and so how is the city collaborating with key partners such as Caltrans and Union Pacific around these issues?
So with respect to illegal dumping on their properties, is what you're meaning? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we have an agreement with Caltrans where we can do things like abate and clean up abatements off their property. Dumping gets a little more tricky. That's is it part of the VTA agreement as well? Yeah. So we do have some ability to get reimbursed for it, but these are great targets, as you know. They're typically kind of vacant areas. They're a little off to the side, so they make pretty good targets. So we do coordinate. I don't know if there's more you want to add to that, Olympia, in terms of their work with us, but it tends to be more around homeless issues than it is just specifically illegal dumping, but both of those things are happening in the same place. And
would graffiti also fall under that agreement?
Yes, to a lesser degree. Some of the harder parts are like bridges and things like that, but yes, we could clean graffiti in those situations as well.
Okay. Well, as you know, Monterey Corridor is one of the biggest intersections in my district. Mm-hmm. We have a lot of Union Pacific land jurisdiction, and so these are some of the issues that come up frequently, and I'm grateful to staff's commitment to cleaning up our neighborhoods. You know, the fact that we are out in the community doing outreach, educating our neighbors about these important programs, and especially bringing our schools into the work. I was really excited when I saw Stipe Elementary participating in Beautify SG's environmental school stewardship program. I think it's really important that we continue to develop civic pride at an early age, educating our students on how they can help keep our streets clean and our waterways free of litter and debris. I know it's really important that we have their buy-in as well, because sometimes our youngest learners are educating their parents and their families about the resources available, and I think we can all agree that that self-agency, that pride of your neighborhood, of your community, leads to far greater outcomes beyond just blight, less blight in the communities. So again, appreciate all the work you do, and those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Going to Councilmember Candelas.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate staff's report, especially around the work done, as Angel mentioned, with regards to the multifamily residents and the illegal dumping and/or the junk pickup program there. So much appreciated. I guess my question that I have is more geared towards, you know, for a while we had the 3E approach, right, where we had, you know, where we can all agree that our enforcement piece wasn't necessarily there. We had the eradication piece, which clearly we were very good at. And not just because I do the dumpster days every month, but the data shows we're out there. And then the third piece, I guess specifically is the education piece. And you know, my question goes to the point of how are we leaning in on the education piece? Yes, we're stepping up on the enforcement piece, but how are we also leaning in on the education piece, so we're actually you know, curbing the amount of people who are illegally dumping, or maybe obviously it's not the kids that are doing it that are going and dumping, but how are we educating, let's say, the contractors, or let's say folks in our community that otherwise would not necessarily get that information if they have no kids in the community?
Well, speaking for Beautify, our focus tends to be the neighborhood associations and their leadership groups and the schools. We don't have a specific program for people that do junk hauling and those kind of things thus far. I don't know, Valerie, if there's any work you guys are working on.
Thanks, John. Not with the unauthorized, non-exclusive haulers. So we do have non-exclusive authorized haulers that are bound by certain parameters, and they're not supposed to be dumping illegally. They're supposed to be taking that material to an authorized facility and providing the city with information and data on what they're doing with that material that they're picking up. The challenge is definitely those ones that are not part of our non-exclusive hauler franchise group, and those are I think more difficult to engage with. A lot of them are kind of fly by night.
Yeah, Councilmember, if I could also chime in here. So there's two ordinances in the Muni Code that really guide enforcement around illegal dumping. What we have found, though, is that although we have those two ordinances in the Muni Code, they're written in a way that really make it difficult to enforce and implement. So one of the things that we're doing is we have an interdepartment team that also includes the city attorney's office, and we're looking at revising and modifying that current ordinance to, one, give us better teeth around enforcement, making it easier to administer fines. But we also know that we don't just want to enforce our way out of this either, right? I mean, that definitely is going to kind of move the needle to a certain point. To your initial point on education, we're really stepping up the educational piece. So, for example, Olympia and her team have developed, and in coordination with the neighborhood associations, outreach to elementary and middle school and high schools around civic pride, as Councilmember Campos was mentioning, and really emphasizing that. The other thing that we've done is on the enforcement side, we've actually extended that E. We used to call it, just enforcement. Now we call it enforcement and diversion and education. And so the diversion is, for example, we've been pretty successful with PD's lead in making quite a few arrests of graffiti taggers. What we've done is we've in coordination with the courts, have worked around having them come out and do community education programs to younger folks around kind of what not to do. And they're able to kind of talk about, hey, look, you have a talent, but, and so you'll see some of these folks at some of the local community events taking place. So this is something that's evolving. We don't have it completely dialed in yet, but we definitely are pivoting away from just eradication only, and really, we've leaned heavily into enforcement, and now on the horizon here is really beefing up our education piece.
No, I love that. Thank you, Angel. That's great. And that's, I guess, the point that I wanted to lean in with regards to, making sure that we're also educating and doing what we can to stop the flow of whether it's graffiti or illegal dumping. And then I guess my last question is just generally to the 73 illegal dumping cases with sufficient evidence. What kind of characteristics and or variables did we see from these people? Were they the people that were illegally dumping, were they from San Jose? Were they out of the area? Were they contractors? Were they unlicensed contractors? Do we have, generally speaking, what kind of information of the folks who we actually caught doing this? Because we all wonder, who's doing the illegal dumping? It's not my neighbors, I hope. But does that make sense?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. So I don't have that information available right now. I do know, however, that part of why code enforcement's doing the enforcement is because you have to have special clearance to actually run license plates and pull that information out of the DOJ database, and we can't really share that information. So to the extent I'd be able to tell you, might be able to speak in generalities, but I don't actually have the data right now. So.
But if once if it gets to a point where we are bringing a case forward, that information obviously becomes public, doesn't it?
Well, if it went to court, but yeah, I could probably provide you kind of general information about if we're seeing a majority are from outside of the city limits, or we're seeing a concentration in this part of the city. We could probably provide that type of information.
Yeah, because ultimately the reason we'd want to know is so we can help shape our education piece to see who we have to educate, right? And so if we can extrapolate information, Angel, do you want to speak to that point?
Well, I know Rachel's kind of trading a fine line because there's a lot of regulatory. I will say this, because I look at these reports. We're talking about contractors, subcontractors, and folks that advertise on Nextdoor and other places to say, hey, I'll dump all that for $100, and we know that you can't even pay. That wouldn't even be $100 if you took it to a dump. So we're monitoring those things, and those are some of the things that we're going to be cracking down on. I know Rachel's trading a fine line there because she's subject to some regulations. So I'll just speak in generalities, just based on the reports that I've seen.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's helpful. And this is something that I'm that as somebody who forget the elected piece, when I'm walking in my neighborhood or the trail and I see stuff that's illegally dumped, I get so angry. And I know my neighbors feel the same way because they reach out to me, putting my elected hat back on. They reach out to me as their representative, and so this is good news on this report, and I appreciate the work the staff's doing on the front. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Condelis. Vice Chair Dewan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for keeping up with this, keeping our neighborhood clean, but also I share the same sentiment with my colleagues is that these illegal dumping is continue to be out of hands. If you were to quantify the amount of money that we spend on picking up the garbage from illegal dumping, meaning staff time, vehicle maintenance, the costs, and so on, per year, what would that number be?
Just on the illegal dumping side alone, just that one line item, it's $5 million on the Clean Our Neighborhood side of the house. It's an additional $5 million when you look at it in terms of the creeks and waterways. But for that one line item, $5 million.
So it's cost us about $5 million per year. I would imagine if we took some of that money and we spent on back to code enforcement or convict some of these illegal dumpers, it probably save us quite a bit of money in the end, because I would imagine it's the same person. Most of the time they'll do the same thing. And the reason I say that is around my neighborhood recently, I've asked to, to install a couple of signs, illegal dumping, how much it costs and so on. And it curbed some of it, but certainly I see it picked up again. And I went out there and I put on a pair of gloves and some boots, and I went through the garbage, and sure enough, it's a house not even a block away. And so I go, okay, well, we'll see, we'll wait a few weeks, and sure enough, the next week and the week after that, it's the same people. So I finally went over that house and I said, hey, by the way, we have the neighbors' complaints about people dumping here, and for the last few weeks, I happen to be your council member, and I picked out, looked in the garbage, and it's actually have your address and your mailing and your boxes with your address on it. And so the person said, well, people probably stole my garbage and just took it out there. But in the end, I walked the owner of that house over to the dump site and said, look, I just want you to clean this up and not do it again. And I took pictures and I kept it and just in case it didn't clean up. And sure enough, since then, that spot is clean. And I know it's the same person, but I think it's come down to some type of visual affirmation saying that you're the one, we can attach a fine or not, but just to let them know it's not okay, because the neighbor that he dumped the garbage behind is so fed up that all the flies and the stinkiness of the garbage that's out there, they can't even go out to the backyard. And it's impede upon all of our lives. And I think that if we can just put some of that money into, either enforcement or conviction of these illegal dumpers. Anyway, that's enough of I'll get off my soapbox, but I just want to say, we all do the best that we can, but we can always have a lot of room for improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Before we vote, just want to give some comments. Want to thank staff for their thoughtful update and for the work going into this very crucial initiative. I'm excited. That's an understatement. I am extremely excited about the launch of the Chronic Offender Resolution and Enforcement Pilot. For years, our residents in East San Jose have lived with the impacts from chronic blight caused by absentee property owners, the same ones we're talking about, who repeatedly ignore their responsibilities to keep their neighborhoods clean. I believe this pilot is the exact kind of escalated level of enforcement and accountability approach that our neighborhoods have been asking for. So really, really excited for that. Earlier this year, as you know, I pushed for increased fines and stronger enforcement tools for repeat violators, and that work came directly from my experience speaking to residents who are near some of these derelict properties, whether it's illegal dumping hotspots or small businesses that refuse to maintain their sites. And so seeing this pilot move forward where cases are identified early, escalated faster, and resolved more effectively gives me hope that we are on the right track. With that said, I do have a few questions. Can you walk us through the criteria staff is using to determine which chronic offenders are brought into the pilot, and whether those selections are being distributed evenly or being distributed in areas that have the greatest need?
Thank you for the question. So we're planning to prioritize or target new incoming cases so that it can be anywhere in the city. When they come in, they're going to be evaluated based on the criteria. So the criteria would be that they've had more than one case in the last 3 years for a certain set of violations that we're focusing on. It could also be a property owner that has had cases with violations on multiple properties that they own. So our support staff that does the intake will review these cases for that criteria. It'll go to a supervisor who's going to affirm their assessment. That way we're making sure we're catching the cases we want to run through this program, and then they will be sent a letter right out of the gate, letting them know that they're part of this program. They'll get 30 days. We'll go out and do the inspection. If they're in violation, they'll get 30 days to comply, a flat 30 days. And if they're not in compliance, we move immediately to legal action or compliance order, whichever is appropriate. And they will also be notified that they will now be in the chronic offender resolution enforcement program for 2 years, and they would have to demonstrate compliance before they can come out of that program for 12 months or more. So it's a much more, a higher level, a higher threshold that they're being held to compared to other cases and counterparts. Yeah.
Great, thank you for answering that question. For, these chronic offenders who've had multiple, notices of violations, do we expect to see improvements in these type of cases based on the pilot? And how fast do we expect to see some of it?
Well, there will still be a process that will require steps, and depending on the path it goes down, and if it goes on a compliance order path, we'll still have to go to the board to assess fines and penalties. If it goes through the legal action path, we'll still need to go to court and do all those things. But we do expect, I think 2 things are really critical is 1, getting that compliance more quickly. I'm hoping that they're more motivated to bring it into compliance, and then once we get compliance, maintaining that over time is kind of the 2 main goals.
Great, thank you. Then also, this is a pilot, so it's not going to be permanent, and so what are we hoping that this pilot proves, and how may this change the way we do business as usual, whether that's code enforcement or Beautify SJ, and what sort of resources may we need in order to actually scale this? Because I know, thinking about, these derelict property owners or individuals who are, chronic offenders, we could fill this program in my district or in District 7 easily. So how do we really make it so that we can see widespread results?
So I think it's going to be really important that we're learning from the pilot and doing that analysis as we go. I think some of the things, right now it's going to be absorbed by the entire general code team. So we'll be looking at, is this something that can be absorbed, or do we actually, and are we making the traction that we intended to, or is this something that will have to be resourced separately, because it does require that added level of time and attention. It will also impact the city attorney's office because of the efforts that we've been really, the goals we've been working towards and pushing towards over the past year and a half. Our attorney that used to do transaction and litigation for us, they've now added a litigating attorney to support code and a backup transactional attorney to support code, because we're pushing and moving so many things through our process and over to the attorney's office. So I do expect that to also impact them. Everybody sitting here with me today also helps code enforcement, so it could have some impacts to other partners as well. But that's exactly what we're going to be doing through the pilot, is trying to understand, is it achieving the outcomes we're seeking? What is the impact to staff, and what are the resources will be needed to continue this work forward? And are there any changes we need to make sure we're meeting our goal?
Great, and sorry if you repeated this, but how long is the pilot, and when may we start learning about some of the results?
Yeah, so we think, we need to run it at least 6 months to see some real results, but we are planning to provide a status report as part of our annual report to this committee in April, just so you kind of have a gauge of how we're tracking so far.
Wonderful.
Councilmember, I also want to remind us that we're also completing an operational assessment, right? And so this pilot will also help inform that product, right? Because we're looking at our entire service delivery model around code enforcement. So if we begin to, through this pilot, if we learn that there's certain patterns, there's certain profiles, there's certain that requires a certain level of maybe a strike team or whatever it is, that will help inform our ultimate service delivery model for code enforcement, which is under review right now. So I just wanted to note that for the record.
Great. No, appreciate that. Thank you, Angel. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you to our staff, everyone who has, fingerprints on this very important pilot. I think this is a great step in the right direction. Our residents are counting on us, so I look forward to seeing some early, results from this pilot and next steps. So, thank you so much. Let's do the vote.
Did we have a motion for this item?
We haven't had a motion.
Move to accept the report.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
That motion passes unanimously.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That brings us to item number 3, Parks and Recreation's Master Plan and Community Impact Report.
All right, good afternoon. John Ciccarelli, Director, Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services again. We have our report on our community impact report as well as our master plan report that we're combining together. We are aware, we're going a little long in this meeting, so we'll try to get through the presentation quickly. With me is Amanda Rodriguez, our Public Information Manager. Amanda, you want to take it away?
Thank you, John. As John mentioned, in the interest of time, I'm going to focus the presentation on just a couple of slides today. But you have all of the information in your packet, and if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them. So today you're going to receive 3 important updates from the department: an update on our work related to a potential 2026 ballot measure to fund park maintenance, an update on a new master plan to identify a more equitable way to spend park fees, and you have a copy of our 2025 Community Impact Report, which provides an overview of our department's impact and also satisfies Council Policy 1-21 to report on the department's cost recovery. Sorry, will I skip forward a couple slides? Okay, so parks are funded in several different ways, including construction and conveyance taxes and development impact fees. Each of these support the development of new parks or major renovations in parks. While CNC can support a small amount of maintenance, development fees cannot be used for maintenance. The general fund supports park maintenance and operations, and of course the department leverages grants, gifts, and partnerships to supplement some of our costs. The department received council direction to explore new funding mechanisms for park maintenance because, as you all know, the general fund is subject to economic fluctuations, and once budget cuts are made, it's hard to recover and build back those resources. In addition, if day-to-day park maintenance isn't met, it can lead to higher costs as deferred maintenance can get worse. At its peak in 2003, there were nearly 230 employees taking care of almost 1,500 acres of developed parkland. By 2025, there are now about 180 employees taking care of 1,800 acres of parkland. This represents a 19% reduction in staffing alongside a 22% increase in acreage. To help build this gap, the department has brought on contract resources to provide the equivalent of 12 FTEs in custodial services for restrooms and to maintain 150 acres of pocket parks. And while these contracts offer necessary support that the department needs to upkeep parks, they still represent a 14% reduction in staffing alongside a 12% increase in acreage over the last 2 years. In addition, contracts require adequate sustained funding to keep pace with park needs and the community's expectations for their parks. To further illustrate the challenge for park maintenance, here's a chart comparing San Jose's investments in park maintenance with those of the 15 most populous cities in California. On this list, San Jose ranks 15th at $37 per resident, and these costs for each city are inclusive of contract resources to help meet the needs of communities. In September, we surveyed over 1,000 voters in San Jose about park maintenance and funding. In this survey, we learned that 75% of voters agree that there is a need for more funding for park maintenance, and that 72% of voters support investments going to neighborhoods that need it most versus going to the park next to their house. When asked conceptually about a 2-cent per square foot parcel tax, So not specific ballot language, but whether they support the concept of a parcel tax. That support drops down to 54%. A parcel tax needs 66.6% to pass on a ballot, but what's most interesting about the survey is that 21% of voters who responded undecided on this question is the fact that it was 21% of voters who responded undecided on this question. That number is usually closer to about 10% when you're polling on ballot measures, which means there could be an opportunity to engage the 21% of undecided voters on a parcel tax or another type of tax for park maintenance. So we've been exploring a parcel tax to fund park maintenance for several years now. And this year, we're looking into the potential of a sugar-sweetened beverage tax to fund park maintenance and recreation scholarships. The potential of a sugar-sweetened beverage tax, or SSB for short, is hopeful because anecdotally, the community has been more receptive to this in our outreach over the last several months, meaning that the 21% of undecided voters referenced on the previous slide could be more interested in supporting SSB, especially because this type of tax provides more choice than something people feel is being forced on a property tax bill. In other words, people can choose whether or not they pay this tax by drinking or not drinking sugary beverages. The County of Santa Clara's Public Health Department reached out to our department earlier this year with data that shows an SSB tax in San Jose could reduce childhood obesity and chronic diseases associated with sugary drinks. In addition to the healthcare savings the county could see, the city of San Jose could generate additional revenue to fund park maintenance and scholarships that support healthy communities. Passing an SSB tax in San Jose is not without its challenges. Just last fall, voters in Santa Cruz voted to pass a SSB tax last fall, but the city is being sued right now. So we're monitoring that lawsuit with our colleagues in the city attorney's office, and their first court date is expected in March 2026, so a lot more to come on this. Additional funding for park maintenance would increase the investment per resident. A 2-cent per ounce tax on a sugar-sweetened beverage is estimated to generate approximately $27 million per year in the city of San Jose, or about $65 per, so that would bring our total investment in park maintenance per resident up to $65 per resident. A 1-cent per square foot parcel tax would generate $37 million per year, bringing that investment up to $75 per resident, and a 2-cent per square foot parcel tax could generate $74 million per year, or bringing that total up to $113 per resident. Of course, these are just estimates, and a lot more to come on this. So we're engaging the community to, one, celebrate the pride that they have in their parks, because people love their parks in San Jose, but also to educate neighborhoods about our resource challenges and how parks would improve with additional funding for maintenance. This includes getting feedback on any potential spending plans for additional revenue that is brought in by a potential measure. The next neighborhood forum is happening Saturday, January 31st at the Southside Community Center from 9 to 11 a.m. You are all invited to join the discussion where we'd be talking about potential spending plans and how we could improve parks together with our residents. And then additional polling is necessary, and if any revenue option is viable, the administration will bring forward recommendations during the budget process. The next update is related to the creation of a new park and recreation master plan. We received council direction to revise how park fees are distributed in San Jose. The current model is creating major inequities because areas with more residential development receive more fees, leading to more funding to support new parks and update amenities. Over the past 10 years, District 6 has generated over $53 million in park fees, and District 3 has generated over $80 million, while all other districts have only generated $1 to $7 million. To address this and change policy, we will create a new master plan. The master plan will accomplish many things for the department, but most importantly, will be engaging the community on an equitable way, on the most equitable way to distribute park fees in San Jose. This will be a 2-year process, and we really look forward to working with your offices and residents in the community to advance this work. And finally, we're excited to share the 2025 Community Impact Report with you. I do have hard copies to here today that I can pass out. In addition to just a collection of stories and photos from the past fiscal year that demonstrates our impact on the community, this report also satisfies the requirement to report on the department's cost recovery. It also provides an annual update on our Activate SJ strategic plan. And with that, John and I can take any questions.
Great. Thank you so much for your presentation. Wanted to open up for any public comment.
We have one speaker card for Chris Greco. Please make your way down to the podium. You will have 2 minutes to speak. Thank you. I don't see anyone making their way down. Back to the committee.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll start with Councilmember Candelas.
Thank you for the report, and you know, parks is something that, you know, obviously is something near and dear to my heart, and something I always talk about in this committee. I did want to, before I actually get into my points, I wanted to actually uplift one of the items on the last slide that you glossed over, but I think is really important, is the volunteer hours. And you know, this past weekend, this Sunday, I did one of the VMU. I participated in a volunteer management unit activation and cleanup at a park, and you know, we all, like all of us, we participate every weekend. But it's important for residents out there to realize and know that the cumulative effort amounts to 130,000 hours that volunteers have put in at a value of $5.2 million. And so, you know, that's the quantifiable data point that we can point to. And I'm not talking about, you know, what the unquantifiable of neighbors seeing neighbors beautify their own park and the community pride that it builds. So kudos to the parks team and the park maintenance team for their work in this department. You know, I will say, John, every time we meet, I bring up parks maintenance, and that's one of those reoccurring things that, you know, you and I both agree on, and the, you know, quite frankly, it's the embarrassing fact that per capita we are spending, you know, an embarrassing amount. And so, you know, but glass half full by nature, that's who I am and that's what I do. One of my residents recently told me, well, Domingo, somebody has to be the most efficient. So I guess that's an opportunity for us, given the resource constraints that we have. But I want to challenge staff to think creatively, especially as we are exploring potential funding revenues or funding mechanisms to see how we can not be embarrassing in the amount of money we're putting into our parks maintenance system, and curious as to why we aren't exploring or aren't seeing anything to like raising taxes on like corporations or like a big business tax, not small business, like the big business stuff. There was a recent PPIC poll that showed a 60% support amongst Californians that happened last month in support of this. And I'm sure if the funding is dedicated and or there is a direct nexus to it going towards improving the conditions of our parks and subsequently the livelihood of folks who work at these companies that we want to, you know, attract here. I'm sure staff is creative enough to be able to show the nexus there. But I just, you know, the sweetened beverage tax, great. That's an opportunity, but it's also regressive, especially amongst you know, historically disadvantaged communities. Who largely, you know, have, you know, the Latino Health Assessment told us that we have worse health outcomes, especially with regards to diabetes and health issues, but it's because we are big consumers of, you know, the Pepsis and the Coca-Colas with our pan dulce, and so I'm optimistic to see how we can lower those health, those negative health outcomes, or increase our positive health outcomes. But the sales taxes, I know folks are getting hammered with sales taxes right now, and there's a lot of uneasiness around the regressive nature that is a sales tax. So throwing that out there for staff to evaluate and to ponder. And then the last thing I'll talk about is I am really, really excited about this education campaign. Aside from going and doing these workshops and the community engagement, I think we should also be very, very prescriptive into the key stakeholder groups that we're engaging, the chambers that we're engaging, the unions, so the workforce, we're engaging the environmental groups, we're engaging all these different buckets of key stakeholder groups that all have buy-in to the idea that we want better parks. And so in addition to a broader public campaign, I think we also have to have a concerted effort to identify these key stakeholder groups, because ultimately, whatever package we put together to be able to sell to residents, we're going to need a robust coalition of people, a coalition of the willing, to use that phrase, of folks who would be supportive of this measure. So I appreciate the work, and then, with that, I'll move acceptance of the staff report.
Second.
All right, thank you, Council Member. Appreciate your comments. Vice Chair Dewan.
Thank you very much. I know it's a daunting task to take on over 200 parks, plus the regional, and then 10 regional, and then 65 miles of trails. How many parks do we have what you call public and private collaboration out of those numbers?
Thanks for the question, Councilmember. I don't have the number off the top of my head, but it's a small number. We call them POPOs, right, or publicly operated and privately owned and publicly open. But it's usually in association with a development. So a development that has to pay park fees, but they want it to be part of their development, but they still have to have a public amenity. And so that's typically where we see those happen. So it's not very common. Most of the parks you're going to see in the community are not that.
On downtown Cesar Chavez Park, I believe J. Paul is sponsoring of beautifying that particular park. I would imagine there's many other large company like J. Paul or Cisco would be more than happy to adopt a park. But I think we need to sell ourselves and why we need this this partnership. But I don't think we haven't really done a great job at selling why they need to be part of the community. And I think when we do, we'll find out there's a lot of companies out there willing to lend a hand and be our partner. And I'm hoping that you will find some way or someone within your department that is passionate about our parks and just make phone calls. I think that would pay us dividends. Secondly, I believe in this, the equity formulation. We look at, District 6 is $55 million and District 3 is at 88. I think it should go into a pot and because it doesn't matter what park you go to, it's a pride of San Jose, right? It doesn't have to be just downtown. For example, in District 7, there are about 4 million visitors a year. And, and a lot of people get a little disappointed because some of these parks, but I know that we're working awfully hard to get the Japanese Friendship Garden back to what it is. It's an iconic spot right here in the city of San Jose in District 7. But we need to have that equity to make sure that we spread the wealth, making sure that every single park, because every single citizen out there paying the same tax, right? we should deserve to have the same clean, vibrant, safe park that our community deserve. And I know that I'm glad that you guys did the polling to see how the resident feel about, you know, that 2 cents or 1 cent partial. And I'm hoping that when the time comes, when we ask our homeowner to support us, we better give them the reason why. We better give them the vision when we get that funding, how it's going to look like. And I just want to say thank you. And I know it's extremely difficult with all the parks and the 65 miles of trail. But I know that you guys are doing a really good job. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you. I want to start by just thanking your team for the work that they do with limited staffing and limited resources. And I just received an email today from your deputy director with a list of specific responses to concerns I have in parks, you know, in my district. And I know that they're trying really hard to keep the parks maintained with the resources the limited resources that we give them to do so. So that's the first thing I want to call out. And before Councilmember Dewan comes for our developer tax money, I'm just, obviously there's probably a redistribution that needs to happen. I will just, you know, I'm hopeful that obviously now that development's happening in District 4, that our number is going to go up as well. There probably should be some sharing, but we also know that there's certain parcels around the city that as development happens need to be built into parks. The idea is with a lot of new development, there needs to be more open space. And I'll always point out that with North San Jose, with the number of residents, the amount of parkland per number of residents is still pretty small. And we also have that 30 acres at Agnew's that is kind of sitting and we're waiting to develop. So just, you know, want to keep that in mind. I as a glass half empty kind of person, I mean a glass half full kind of person today. At least today I'll be a glass half full kind of person. The looks like in your poll, it was about 25% disapproval on the idea of a tax. So while it says 54%, the fact that there's 21% undecided means it's only 25% opposed. That's actually a fairly good starting point for a parcel tax measure. But I just wanted to ask a question about how that was framed. I think people are confused when they hear 1 cent, 2 cent per square foot, and so did the poll ask questions and explain exactly what that would mean to the average resident? A person with a 2,000 square foot home at 2 cents a square foot is being asked for $40 a year in a parcel tax. So I mean, were people asked the question about a $30, $40 a year level, or did they have to do the math?
So they have to do the math in polling, but part of our education right now is breaking that down and helping people do that math.
Because the 1 cent is a $20 a year commitment from residents, from property owners. I mean, that's for the average, you know, an average home size in the city, or probably many homes are smaller than 2,000 square feet. So
yeah.
The idea that 50% of the voters would say no to pay $20 a year to have improved parks in their community surprises me, if they really knew that number.
Yeah, the calculation that we're working on with residents is it's not the square footage of your home, but the square footage of your lot, and the average lot size in San Jose is about 6,000 square feet.
So $60 a year for
exactly.
1 cent.
So $5 a month.
See, so I couldn't even do the math
myself. For that 2 cent.
Okay, but still, I think it's important. The $60 a year, you know, versus some nebulous number is a worth polling on something more specific, maybe at some point. But I am encouraged, and you know, even that the 1 cent number gives us a significant boost on our current funding levels, and might be worth pursuing, given that we had 25% opposition at a 2 cent level. 1 cent may be something that's doable, and I, you know, find parcel taxes to be often a fairer and cost-effective way to do things, as opposed to going after sales taxes one time after another. As pointed out, sales taxes are not the fairest approach in many cases. So Anyway, I wanted to thank you for continuing to pursue it. I hope that we'll be able to get there on that approach in the near future.
Great, thank
Chair.
you.
Chair, can I just make a quick comment?
Yeah,
Just
sure.
because it came up both from Councilmember Doan and Cohen. In the polling, we also asked them, this is to the redistribution model, we also asked them, do you have to have that investment only occur in your park, or are you okay if it went to the parks with the most need? And overwhelmingly, they said to the most need, right? So that redistribution model showed up in the polling as we're okay with that. So I just want to let you know
So,
that.
but the question was parks with the most need, not necessarily communities with the most need, right?
Yeah, we're talking about specific parks.
So a park that has a major
That's
need or
right.
something like that.
Yeah, that's the way we would envision the master plan, is it essentially is a rating system where you can prioritize, okay, this is the park that is in the worst condition, has the most problems, needs the most investment, you start there.
Okay, I mean, I would imagine that, of course, there's probably many people who think, yes, of course, because the one down the street from me is the one with the most need.
Well, we asked them to compare theirs to it being distributed somewhere else, so
Okay.
we were asking them
All right.
that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much to my colleagues for their comments. I also want to thank staff for the thoughtful update and just your ongoing work on the master plan and the community impact report. I just want to begin by recognizing what our parks teams continue to do and accomplish under incredibly challenging conditions. Our staff are doing a lot with a very little, and their commitment to keeping our parks functioning deserves real appreciation. I'm also glad to see us moving towards solutions that acknowledge the disparities in our park system and begin addressing them at a city level. One thing I especially value in this report is the explicit acknowledgement that our current structure in which park investments follow development has created deep inequities for parts of the city, like East San Jose, where we have also a high usage of the parks. As the memo shows, neighborhoods with little new residential construction have received far fewer dollars, while high-growth areas receive the overwhelming share of fees. And I want to be clear, I absolutely want every district, including District 3 and 6, to have beautiful, high-quality parks. Every family deserves that. But the disparities laid out in this report are staggering. And when we look at how park fees have been collected and distributed over the past decade, the disparities are clear. Council District 5, East San Jose, has generated just $1.9 million in park fees over the last 10-year period. In contrast to other districts on the chart, it's not just a gap, it's a canyon. And that's why I'm encouraged to see the master plan moving forward. I know this stemmed from a memo that my colleagues, Councilmember Candelas, former Councilmember Jimenez, and I authored for the 2024 Mayor's March budget message. And our goal was straightforward: to begin correcting longstanding structural inequities and ensure that all neighborhoods, regardless of development patterns, receive the park investments that they deserve. And now with this master plan, we will finally have a legal foundation to update policy and redistribute park resources based on need, not just where development happens. And looking ahead, I am especially excited to learn more about the potential park revenue measure, or a potential sugar-sweetened beverage excise tax, or a tax the corporations tax. Don't tempt me with a good time. This is all something our city desperately needs. With staggering maintenance backlog and a system that has far outgrown its funding, dedicated revenue isn't just helpful, it's actually essential. And so a 2026 ballot measure could finally give us a long-term stable funding required to reverse decades of underinvestment and truly sustain our parks for the future. And so I look forward to this conversation. I definitely look forward to the budget process, and I'm going to be laser focused on this topic as this moves forward. Did we have a motion yet? We did? Okay, let's move forward with the vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Awesome. Great. Two more very important items, everyone. That now leads us to item 4, Park Impact Ordinance and Parkland Dedication Ordinance Fees and Capital Improvement Program Annual Report. All right. Check this out. Ooh, ah.
We're going to get started on this presentation. John just kind of needed a bio break. My name is Raymond Costantino, and I am the Deputy Director over the Capital Division, and I'm here joined by my teammates, Sarah Sellers, the Division Manager, and Pam Velasco, our Program Manager over the Capital Budget. I have a condensed and shortened presentation due to time constraints, so I'll be skipping a few slides in the presentation. So today I'll be providing a brief presentation on the annual report for the Park Impact Fee Ordinance and the Parkland Dedication Ordinance, also known as the PDO and PIO, or the Park Trust Fund, for fiscal year 2026 through 2030. The annual report on the PDO PIO fee collections informs the NSC and the community regarding developer-related revenue fees, and informs the committee and the community regarding developer-related revenue fee collection. Excuse me. This is an abbreviated version of the report, so I'll be jumping over a few slides, as I mentioned. And here's the next slide. The department oversees 423 million in funded projects over the CIP's 5-year period from 2026 through 2030 to plan, design, rehabilitate, and construct new parks, trails, community centers, and other recreational facilities. This report provides an overview and update on the key capital improvement projects funded by these fees, which were completed in fiscal year 24-25, as well as those advancing forward into construction in fiscal year 25-26. This staff report on the CIP provides an overview and status of funding sources for capital projects, including internal sources like the PDO-PIO, construction and conveyance tax, known as CNC, and Measure P, as well as external sources, including grants and local, state, federal level, and then FEMA, as well as Cal OES reimbursements. In our current 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal year 26 through 30, we had approximately 180 active park projects that totaled $423 million for the 5-year period. This includes parks, trails, community center projects. A snapshot of some of the last year's projects includes 5 playground renovations, including 1 all-inclusive playground, 1 new dog park, 7 pickleball courts, approximately 12 new acres of newly developed parkland, 1.9 miles of paved trails. Also, a community center. At community centers, this work includes 3 HVAC replacements, 5 restroom renovations, as well as the Camden Community Center installation of the Emergency Operations Center, and general enhancements at the Alma Community Center. In regards to the PDO-PI revenue, which we are required to report annually based on state legislation called the Mitigation Fee Act, last fiscal year, 24-25, we collected $4.9 million in PDO-PIO fees, plus an additional $4.9 million in interest from the fund, for a total of $9.8 million. This slide also shows what was collected in prior fiscal years. In fiscal year 23-24, we collected $21.9 million, and in fiscal year 22-23, we collected $15.4 million. This drop in revenue is consistent with the downturn in the residential housing market that we have all witnessed, which is how the PDO-PIO fees are generated. And another large source of funding for park capital projects and maintenance is the construction and conveyance tax, which consists of 2 types of revenue generated by the city. One is construction tax levied on most types of construction projects, and the second is a conveyance tax levied on real estate sales. Of the CNC tax, 64% is dedicated towards PRNS. In fiscal year 24-25, we received $39 million in actual revenue compared to the initial $43 million that was adopted, or rather projected earlier on. In comparison to prior years, the actuals show a slight uptick. However, when comparing it with the adopted projections, which shows staff's conservative approach to forecasting revenue, due to fluctuating and unpredictable real estate sales and construction activity. If you take a wide lens view comparing to prior years, C&C revenues have dropped since 2021 when we collected the high of $64.5 million in C&C revenues. So today's actuals of $39 million are quite a drop in C&C revenues. As I mentioned, this is a brief presentation, and these are the essential points of the staff memo. This concludes my presentation. If you have any specific questions on the memo, staff is here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Shall we open it up for public comment?
We have one card for Chris Greco. Please make your way down to the podium. You will have 2 minutes to speak. Thank you.
I apologize for not making it down here at the last agenda item. I was up talking with the Deputy Chief of Police on an important matter, but what you have here is a package that is the Winchester Orchard Neighborhood Association's formal request to the city that they do everything they can basically to correct the urban village boundary disparity that exists with the new Winchester Orchard Park.
Sir, I'm not, is this related to the item we're discussing today?
From a park standpoint, I believe so.
Maybe we wait till open forum for this comment.
You'd prefer
at
that?
the end. Yeah.
Okay.
Because we can only take comments directly related to the item. But there's an open forum opportunity at the end of the meeting. There's an open forum opportunity at the end of the meeting. Thank you. We'll make sure that we hear your comments, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Wanted to open up to my colleagues if anybody has any questions.
I'll move to accept the report.
Great. Thank you so much. I just have a quick question. This is, something I just thought about. I know that a lot of our conversations in regards to like incentives for development has been focused on waiving or, reducing, park impact fees. Has the department looked at potentially deferring impact fees and how that may impact, some of the projects you guys work on?
Sure. On a case-by-case basis, we do that.
Oh, on a case-by-case basis?
Yeah.
What if we
It's often at the request of the developer. If the developer brings it up, we see it as a hardship, we'll work with them to do that kind of stuff.
Okay.
We know financing
What if that was our approach to development? Would that cause a lot of hardship for the work that you guys do? What if that was like our standard approach to development, to defer it?
I'm sorry, it wouldn't hurt from the standpoint of collecting revenue, although over time, obviously, money loses value.
Mm-hmm.
In addition, one of the things it can cause is if the development isn't also going to deliver a park with it, then we would have to wait until the development is finished and people are moving in and then build a park. And so it creates problems. In fact, your colleague sitting to your left, Councilmember Cohen, can tell you how this goes. It does not go well sometimes, where now a whole development's been built, everybody's moved in, and everybody stares at a patch of dirt for 2 or 3 or 4 years, saying, why isn't my park being built? Why isn't my park being built? Because the development process, once we get the money, now we can start design, now we can start all these other things, but it just takes a lot of time, as you know, capital projects do. So it has some of that risk in it. We try to mitigate for that risk, but we do try to cooperate with them when we can to help them have it on the back end instead of earlier in the process.
Okay, great. I'll take that conversation offline. Thank you so much. We'll move for the vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Now we're going to go to item number 5, Animal Care and Services Annual Report. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're happy to wrap up a very long meeting for you with some very interesting information about animal care and services. I think this is an interesting juxtaposition and bookending the beginning of the meeting and the end of the meeting with our unhoused at the beginning and our animals that don't have homes right now and our work with them at the same time. So with me is Monica Wiley, our new Deputy Director of Animal Care and Services. 6 weeks in? So plus or minus 6 weeks. And then I have Kiska Icard and Dr. Elizabeth Cather, both from the shelter and the medical side of the operation. So we'll walk through our slides and happy to take any of your questions.
Good afternoon. As we want to start with our animals, and here's just a snapshot of some of our animal success stories. A couple of them I'll point out is Mu Dang, and he was this very deformed pit bull, Frenchie, who knows, that somebody was filling up their truck at a service station and they came out and Mu Dang happened to be in the back of his truck and he could not walk and actually needed this stroller to be able to be carted around in. And he came to a lot of our off-site community events and actually ended up getting adopted by a family that had had wheelchair dogs before. And another animal success story I'd like to point out is Lily, and she is that Great Dane puppy with the super long legs and was placed into foster care with somebody that really did a lot of socialization, knowing that she was going to grow to be over 100 pounds, and was adopted by her foster family. And she has also obtained her Canine Good Citizen certificate, and they hope to use her as a therapy dog in the future. Here is a high-level overview of our shelter activities, and so we've adopted out over 4,600 animals last fiscal year, fostered out nearly 3,000 animals, as well as reunited 1,141 strays, pets with their families, and we're very proud that we have a 43% redemption rate for all of our dogs. So out of all the dogs that come to us and brought into by Good Samaritans or found in the field, 43% of them will be reunited with their owners. So that's a very significant metric. Unfortunately for cats, it's a very low percentage, which is why we try to encourage people that find cats to look in their neighborhood, because odds are the cats are not too far away from home. I'll pass it on to Dr. Cather.
These are just some of the highlights of the surgeries that happen 5 days a week at the San Jose Animal Shelter. You can see in the top right, that's part of our Trap, Neuter, Release program, which we are operating 2 days a week. We book out 35, and because of the nature of TNR, we get sometimes 35, sometimes a bonus 38, sometimes 20, but they are all in humane traps, brought in the morning, sterilized, ear-tipped, vaccinated, microchipped, and picked up the next day for the person to recover and then released back to the colony the next day. That dog, the x-ray on the bottom, believe it or not, that is actually a big stone in that dog's bladder. So the dog came in with bloody urine, took the x-ray, and were shocked that the stone was almost the entire size of the bladder. One of the part-time vets hadn't done a cystotomy yet, so she was very excited about this teaching, learnable opportunity for surgery. The stone was successfully removed, the dog recovered, and eventually got adopted. Yeah.
And this chart indicates our numbers of calls for services that our field unit has experienced the last fiscal year, and so we are seeing an increase after a 2-year drop in the number of calls for service of the community. And so we've received another about 2,000 additional calls this year versus fiscal year 23-24. And that is, even though that we had one less contract city, we did not have Los Gatos for this year, but we're still seeing an increase in people calling us and asking for help and assistance from our field services team.
One thing we're noting and tracking, because of the amount of activity that was noted in the first presentation about the movement of homeless individuals in our community, there's a hypothesis that a lot of these are a result of the animals with homeless moving with them. And so we're tracking and we're seeing how many more interactions with police activity that we're having to support on police calls and so forth for these different things, and tracking this into this year to see if we can find those metrics and see if we can address those things. And we have some things in the works right now to try to address some of those items.
So for last fiscal year, our animal intake decreased by approximately 8%, and that was a strategic shift for Animal Care and Services to better operate within our capacity for care. On June 27th of 2024, we had 822 animals in our residence, and this past June 27th, 2025, we had 408. So that's half the number of animals in our shelter. And we did this through a lot of community engagement, and I'll talk a little bit about our kitten decrease in the next slide. But I just wanted to assure everybody that the shelter is in a much better state in terms of our capacity for care, more space for the animals, less stress for them, and that is us working really hard at our intake unit and ensuring that the shelter is the right place for that animal. If they have another potential place that they can go to, we're giving resources and really embracing this current philosophy in animal welfare, which is right place, right time, and right outcome, and making sure that the shelter is absolutely the right place for the animal at that given time. So now this is the animal intake by age. So in our overall intake, we had a 2% decrease for total cats, but actually that increase is all attributed to less kittens coming in our shelter. There was actually a small increase in adult cat intake. Our total decrease in kitten intake is about 6%. And last spring, we really launched a large-scale community engagement campaign explaining that mom knows best. If community finds little kittens that may have just been born, odds are mom's in the area, and that they can watch for mom and attempt to reunite them, because the kitten's best chance at survival is if they can be cared for by mom. And also, the number of puppies that we have continues to increase, and so we're close to a 5-year high on the number of puppies that are coming to us. So although overall the dog numbers have decreased, the numbers of puppies coming into us have increased, and we can surmise that that is attributed to a lack of affordable spay-neuter services for dogs in the community. Excuse me. For our animal outcomes, we have worked, like I said, very strategically over the last year to try to ensure that animals had what they need. Our live release rate for 24-25 was 89% overall. We have a 95% live release rate for dogs, an 86% live release rate for cats, and a 94% live release rate for small animals. So we're really, we want to continue to work to get that number as high as possible, but 89% live release rate, we're pleased to see that that number is rising. And this shows the outcome by type, all the different pathways that animals make it out of the shelter. And as you can see for adoptions continue to be a very robust, positive outcome for our animals. And that is wonderful because these animals are out in our community. They're spayed and neutered. They're wonderful ambassadors for all the different types of animals and breeds that we get into the shelter, and we're really happy when an animal comes to us and makes it back out into our community. And this is an example of the variety of community support that we receive. So up in the top left-hand corner, you'll see a little paper bag, and it says unweaned. So when we began our community engagement campaign with attempting to reduce the number of kittens that without their mothers that were coming into the shelter, we also created some other ways that people could help in addition to fostering. And one of those was that helping us to make some kitten care packages. So a Girl Scout troop made 50 of these bags and delivered them to us, and it had all of the supplies that were necessary to help somebody to care for kittens for about a week's period of time. Over in the top right corner where it says student favorites, Los Altos High School, their art teacher assisted with a project, and these students took some of our long-term animals that we had promoted on the website and created these really beautiful, unique pieces of art. And so if you come to the shelter, you can actually see those displayed proudly around the shelter. And then right below that, you'll see a lot of food. We collaborated with Chewy, the pet supply company, and they donated, I think it was 15 pallets of food and supplies to San Jose Animal Care and Services, and that those supplies and food were restricted for community use specifically. So we delivered some of the food to the EIHs. We worked with some of our partner organizations to provide this food directly and supplies into the hands of the community. So we were really happy to see that and to see the community get a boost for their pets. These are some of the facilities improvements that we did over the past year, and it's a little bit dark, but on the right where it says courtyard individual heating and cooling units, we have these 4 cat rooms that sit outdoors. And it's difficult for us to regulate the temperature as we do in the shelter. So we installed these individual heating and cooling units. But there's a kitty perched on top there. So she found that to be quite the space for her. And it's wonderful that we can have consistency in air temperature when it's in the winter months and in the summer months as well. We also have a new electric vehicle and charging station as now part of our fleet, as our Crown Victoria is getting up there in age. As much as I love her, don't know how much more life that she has in her. As well as installing energy efficient LED lights. It has made such a difference not only in how much energy we're consuming, but also just they're much brighter and for our spaces. And also all of the kennels now have these covers on them. And that was a big project because when you have over 170 kennels that have 2 sides to them, these were all constructed in-house with our public work facilities team. And this really is a big safety issue to ensure that dogs are not hopping out. And it did happen where you would walk through the kennels and see a dog perched up on a kennel. So it's really happy that we were able to complete this project. Some of our other systems improvements is for our foster parents. They now have the ability to schedule their own foster appointments for spay-neuter surgeries, for vaccines, and with over 3,000 animals in foster care on an annual basis, you can imagine how much assistance this has been to launch this, that they can look at their own calendars and schedule the appointments with what works for them. We've also begun reporting our average length of stay for the past year on the website so that people can have more information about how long we can expect any cat, dog, or small animal coming to us, what their average time for them to be with us at the shelter. And we also implemented these volunteer visual aids, so it's, I'll just go through them really quickly. Dog walking, cat socializing, laundry tasks, kitten nursery, and dish duty. And so these are some really nice visual infographics that make it very an easy how-to and to follow for volunteers and all of the ways that they help the shelter and the animals that we have with us. And thank you to all of our volunteers. And just a sampling of some of our community engagement efforts. We had a Christmas tree at Christmas in the Park, along with our pop-up that we had last year on San Carlos and 3rd Street. And we have also been invited and taken animals out for bark in the ballpark with Santa Clara University, as well as the Pucks and Paws events with the San Jose Barracudas, and also participating in our city's health and wellness fairs. And a couple of other notable community engagement is working with the San Jose Barracudas. Last year, we were actually featured as their calendar shelter, and our shelter pets were in their calendar for this year. Jamba Juice has been very kind to us and will bring over a box of smoothies for our staff and volunteers, which always gives us a nice boost. And also a nice mention for Coffee Companions. Kevin Johnson, the founder of Coffee Companions, takes some of our long-term dogs out for really long hikes, creates these wonderful videos, and he also comes and provides coffee for some of our events and really helping to increase the visibility of some of our special needs dogs.
Okay, so a lot of that is looking back at some of the last year's things. We have some things going on now that people have asked about, and so though it's not directly in the annual report, it's a part of that we talk about as well. And so here we're talking about some of our TNR and owned animals.
Currently, as of 3 weeks ago, we had to switch days around. So we are now providing TNR services on Mondays and on Thursdays. We just launched about a month ago low-cost surgery for owned dogs. Our target with this soft launch is 10. It's been going quite smoothly. We're providing spay-neuter, microchip vaccines, getting them licensed if they're due for rabies, with discharge instructions. And then just recently, 2 weeks ago, we were able to add on 5 owned cat appointments on our Thursday TNR days. So they're checked in a similar way, sign the waivers, and so we've been securing those. And today was actually our second owned cat day, and we got all 5 that showed up. They were big tomcats that I'm sure the owners are happy that are now neutered. We have been trying to partner with the EIH when we started launching the own-to-dog days, just to facilitate, while they're in these interim housings, to provide spay-neuter services. We put a pause on that just because there's more organization that has to happen, but it's been working well. So sort of December has been our pilot, working out the kinks, and in January we'll revisit not only the fee structure but targeted areas of where we want to really reach out to provide the owned dog spay and neuter services.
One of the focuses, the reason why the EHs are important is they're animals in our care of our housing department right now, and we have, you see there's 700 beds that will be built this year. As of right now, there's about 300 to 350 animals in our EIH complexes right now, and so getting to those services and getting them is part of the key to getting them onto that continuum of care that Eric Sullivan needs to do. So we need to help them in that piece, and so that's one of the reasons why it's a real focus. In 2026, my goal is to have all animals altered that are in our EIHs by the end of the year, and so it's a big lift. Okay, the eye chart that no one can read and barely understand. The audit, which everyone is very anxious about and curious about our performance on it. You'll note in the bottom left, this is the status as of September 10th. And so I'll help translate a little bit in terms of what the auditor views in terms of our performance, and I'll go through things in just a minute. Things are not implemented until the auditor accepts what we've submitted to them. So just because we submitted it to them doesn't mean it's implemented. And they do that twice a year. You've got the first one that happened in July-August timeframe. You have another report coming out in March. And so we will not have any more quote-unquote move to implemented until the March report from the auditor. We don't deem them as implemented, the auditor does. We submit the things in and they wait for their review and then their report to you in March that they're implemented. And so they're the adjudicating whether any of these things are done. So you have all this IM, P, and PI, so partially implemented, implemented, not implemented. So not implemented doesn't mean nothing's been done, it just means nothing's even been worked or shown to the auditors yet. And so they're not even tracking that we've given them any work at the time of this report. Now, in the FR, it means we've submitted it to them. They said we've given them what they want, but if you look at like 20, there's A, B, C, and D. We've submitted 3 of them. They won't consider 20 implemented until all 4 are done. So it's this a little bit of an eye chart to help explain. So in March, 3 of the areas were due. All of them were submitted. All of them were implemented in March. In June, we had a bunch more that were due, that were submitted, but not all implemented because the FRs, meaning the entire element, we thought was a little bit longer. So if you look at like 36, A was submitted to them, they accepted that it was complete, but B was not submitted to them, but they've seen some work on it, so that 36 is not listed as implemented. So that's why you'll see what things are done and what things aren't done. And so this is kind of how we're explaining it. So now, what's due in December? A boatload of work. So we have about 21 of them that are already ready to go packaged, ready to be submitted, and 4 that we're working on final touches. That means by December 31st, we will have submitted to the auditor everything on this list to review. In January, they'll be back and forth with them until it's all noodled, until it's exactly what they want. So once they accept the element that we have, both this will get updated and the website that we put up that has all of the things that the auditors have accepted, those will be put on there after the auditor accepts them. Not because if we put them up there early, they might not like what we have there in terms of answering what they recommended, doesn't answer the question, is it exactly right, doesn't give enough detail. All of that will be implemented and shared with them and will put on our website once the auditor accepts them. We expect most of that to happen in February-ish timeframe in terms of the upload there, but the auditor will report to council in March. And then it's that time that they'll tell you that they've accepted our stuff and it's been moved to implemented. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, a boatload of work. We're really close. As of today, we have about 21 of the items packaged, ready to go. We have about 4 more that we're noodling on, that we're pushing through in terms of how we're wording it and what we're packaging with it. It will all be submitted to the auditor by December 31st. No one's done this before. Looking forward, one of the things I'm really glad about with Monica being here, she gets fresh eyes on how we're doing, what's going on. She looks at the audit, looks at our staff and so forth, and she gets this handed to her, that this is your work plan and the audit and so forth. But then again, she has her opinions about how things are going and she'll have ways to set that forward. So Monica, please take this away.
Thank you, and it's good to see such a passionate group of people here, so thank you. And we all love animals, and Animal people are passionate people, so definitely recognize that. I do want to say that my first 6 weeks have been very busy. I've been trying to meet with as many folks as possible, as well as finish work on the audit and figure out the operational needs of the shelter as outlined and what I've observed. I will say this is a very, very dedicated team that we do have on staff as well as the volunteer side, and I am proud to be a part of it. And I am up to the challenge because I know there are a lot of the community of San Jose wants better, and we want to be there and provide the care for each other as well as for the animals and keeps San Jose a safe community and a welcoming community for the pets and their people. That being said, in addition to everything on the audit, which actually highlights most of these items, we're really looking at the community moving forward as part of the safety net, because we already know that the shelter isn't an island and we can't do it all by ourselves. So there are some systemic issues, I think partially related to one that was addressed earlier with the housing issue. And so let's just keep in mind that we're looking at the big picture and to have the community involved as far as to Kiska's point, there's what's called the 4 R's: right place, right time, right care, which is definitely part of that capacity for care, and the right outcome for the animals in our community. So that is definitely on the radar, and I'm aware of the best practices and all of that and how to get us there with our protocols. So on here we see capacity management, which is capacity for care, C4C, or any of those acronyms that are thrown about, and we're definitely looking at that. That is part of the audit. It's important to us too, because yes, we want the animals to have the best care that we can provide. We want their needs to be met, and the shelter is, by design, a temporary safe place for pets in need. Shelters, and not our shelter for sure. If it's a shelter, again, is a safe place, temporary safe place. 2 weeks is anything above 2 weeks or longer than 2 weeks is usually considered long term. And shelters aren't typically designed to keep animals that long because it's not necessarily what's best for the animal. So we are looking at that. We're doing our enrichment, and we do want to get them placed safely in good condition, healthy, and in the community. And we also need support because the inflow, the intake, now to look at that. Last week, I think in 2 days, we had 42 dogs and puppies come through our doors. 42 in 2 days. That's quadruple the amount we would get on a given regular day. And so what do? How do we balance that? Why are they coming into us? So we need to take a look at, the whys. And quite often I mention it's a systemic issue. Is it because those breeds aren't allowed? I'm new to the area, love the area, but when I was looking for my rental location, I wanted to find one without breed restrictions. I didn't physically look at 400 plus properties, but those popped up for me, and I found 3 that might work. So I'm just throwing that out there, and I know I already spoke to Councilmember Ortiz about that a little bit, that's another thing. Again, that's a community thing. What can we do? The kitten piece, right? Do we leave them? We don't know if the mom's coming back. We don't know yet, so we monitor. That's best practices. Check and see if the mom comes back, or unless you actually saw, I think the words they use are, unless you saw the mom get killed, leave them and monitor for 24 hours. They tend to have a better outcome when they can be with their mom. So that is part of that campaign Kiska mentioned last year, and we'll be continuing that because that is the best place for them. Also, our training, that's part of our getting our SOPs, the best practices. What does UC Davis say? I've worked with Dr. Hurley, Dr. Levy, Dr. Delaney. I've worked with all of them before, so I feel comfortable that ASC, ACS, excuse me, is on the right track, and it would be great to have the time to implement all these practices, right? So I know we have the audit and we're rewriting everything and redoing all these amazing things. The team's up to it. We just need a little moment to breathe so that we can do our trainings and move forward and elevate the care of the shelter animals and the engagement in the community. So that's all I have to do. And again, I'm up to the challenge. I have seen this before, I've done this before, and when I saw this opportunity, I was thrilled to participate because I know it can be done. And again, with the passionate animal advocates we have, we can work together to make it happen and support each other and do what's best for San Jose, the people and the pets in our community. So that is my piece. Thank you.
We'll stop with more animal pictures, all of our great social media work that's listing all the people we put out about all the animals we have, and we're ready for your questions.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this presentation and the work that's been done by our ACS staff. Now I'd like to open it up for public comment. Due to the large amount of cards we've received, we will be limiting public comment to 1 minute. Thank you.
Yes, we have 17 speaker cards. Can the first group of speakers please line up on the steps in front of the podium? We have Mike Wagner, Fatima, Kathy, Rebecca, Alexandra, Anne, Anna Spear, and Anna with 2 N's. You will each have 1 minute to speak. The timer is going to be projected above. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Wagner. Last year at this time, the committee accepted an annual report that didn't even bother to include the average length of stay, one of the most important metrics for a high-volume shelter, and staff omitted it. This year we see a claim of a live release rate for cats of 86%. I've calculated that number. It's live outcomes divided by total outcomes, and it looks like staff has gone against the wishes of the auditor and the audit, page 60, which says stop taking a shelter service called TNR and using it in your intake and outcomes. On page 4, they say they've aligned themselves with the audit and they're no longer counting it as intake, but they're counting it in return to field, which is a live outcome. How do we know that? Because Dr. Cather sent a directive, an order to her staff on December 26th of last year saying, outcome TNR, always RTF. That's how you inflate the live release rate. The real live release rate is 81%, give or take it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Fatima, long-time foster service. For past year, you have received many photos and first-hand reports demonstrating mismanagement of the shelter, yet despite meeting after meeting, you see the same results. Over here, the current management team has failed us numerous times, and I want to ask you guys to please listen to us, all of our fosters over here, and understand that we, as fosters, see firsthand of what we do and what we see is different from what the reports are coming in. It is not the same at all. The management has failed numerous times for the past 4 years, and I personally have emailed you guys pictures, evidence, documentations, and it's just big failure that they sit here and say everything is good, and it is not. And I want you guys to please, please listen to us who take the
Thank you. Next speaker.
I volunteered with dogs at both San Jose Animal Center as well as Humane Society in Milpitas. The difference is night and day. I urge you to visit the Humane Society yourself sometime to see the difference. I have 2 suggestions. Number 1, soundproof the dog pens completely. That's what they do at Humane. Due to the intense noise, the dogs are stressed, and potential adopters see agitated, barking dogs, which slows adoptions. Number 2, allow volunteers easy access to enter and exit through the back of the dog rooms for dog walks and cleaning. It's not safe for visitors or the dogs to force them out into the public areas for walks. I will be emailing you pictures and a little more explanation, and I will also send videos, and I've put something in the written record. Yes, this will cost money, but our area has some of the wealthiest and most innovative corporations here. There is no
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Andy Shane. I'm a resident of Willow Glen. I have been coming here for almost 2 years to try and get change at the San Jose Animal Care Center. I was hopeful that positive change is happening when I saw that 2 dogs that were on the euthanasia list had been reassessed and are now up for adoption. That is wonderful. But unfortunately, there's still other areas at the shelter.
Please press the button again.
Okay, the mic's on. There's still people, I'm still seeing on Nextdoor stating that when they bring in stray dogs, they're told they cannot accept them. The public still does not have a way to find lost pets because the shelter is not taking lost dog reports. The medical care is still having issues. I want to talk about Betty, who was up on the picture. She was a Persian cat that was found by a man who took her to the shelter. She needed to be spayed and also have a mast cell tumor removed. During her spay surgery, she aspirated and had complications, which Persian cats are prone to have. 2 days later, Betty was put under again to have the mast cell tumor removed, again aspirated, but this time she could not be revived and died. Why did she need the second surgery so close to the first? With over 30 years of nursing experience, I know she cannot have recovered.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
And committee members, good afternoon. I'm a San Jose resident here to speak for Animals with No Voice. It has been a year since the audit, and I am outraged. Despite an over $17 million budget, our shelters still deals with terrible overcrowding and no proper vet care. New leaders and more money didn't fix the core problem. The suffering has not stopped. We demand this committee commit to 5 actions now for accountability. 1, open books, provide a full public audit of the entire $17.5 million budget. 2, get real experts, establish an independent oversight board with certified vets and proven rescue partners. 3, sign contracts, create formal enforceable MOUs with rescue groups, no more handshakes. 4, stop the secrecy, mandate monthly public reports on intakes, outcomes, and staffing. 5, fund the care, fully staff and fund the shelter for.
Thank you. That's your time. Next group of speakers to make their way down. Elena Gaffney, Valentina, please wait. Lynn Ramirez, Dinah Hayes, and Courtney Farrow. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Davis Matthews. I'm from Sustain Our Shelters. Mr. Lush previously committed to forming a community action committee made up of 7 community members who would meet with him regularly. Much time has passed. The committee still does not exist. In a recent meeting I had with Mr. Lesh and Ms. Wiley, he stated the committee would not be happening. Instead, he has been meeting only with selected rescues and TNR volunteers, which is not what he committed to. I am asking this council committee to direct him to form the committee as promised, ensuring it includes a true cross-section of the animal advocacy community. I also ask you to consider moving San Jose Animal Care and Services back to Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services, where it was originally starting when the shelter opened in 2024 and where it logically belongs. Finally, please request a financial audit of the Guardian Angel program and SJAX, since nearly $700,000 in donations were collected during the previous fiscal year without detailed public expenditure records. Only a small fraction has been accounted for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna, and I am deeply concerned about Animal Services' lack of oversight and accountability. I've reported severe ethics violations to Director Loesch, Deputy Director Wiley, and Animal Control Captain Jenkins. These violations include Animal Control Officer Jackie Fisher gifting stolen animals to shelter volunteer Leslie Romo, retaliation, a warrantless search and seizure outside of jurisdiction, and ethics violations too numerous to name here. I provided detailed and verifiable evidence, and they have failed to take any disciplinary action and will no longer respond to me, using an ongoing investigation as a shield to dodge accountability. It doesn't matter what task a shelter employee or its associates are working on, they are responsible for their misconduct and must be held accountable for their transgressions. Animal services can't succeed while leadership enables and participates in corruption. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Anna Spear. I'm looking forward to working with you, and you have a big job ahead of you. I am a neonate bottle feeder, have done it for years. Last year, before kitten season, I've actually bottle fed over 500 kittens. Last year, before kitten season, I went in, offered to do the training as I had in past years. I was told thank you, but no thank you, because I was not currently fostering for the shelter. I was not fostering for the shelter because there was a lot of things that were not going well. I'm not going to go into the specifics here, but there was a lot that needed to be done. Since then, a lot of kittens were not being cared for correctly because there was a one-size-fits-all program that was implemented. You can't fit kittens into a one-size-fits-all for little tiny babies. And fosters were not being given the correct.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Courtney and I worked at SJAX until June. I witnessed many of the shelter's systemic failures firsthand. In May, I found a dog named Lola in the medical area only because an IV machine was beeping. Medical staff had gone home hours earlier, leaving her unattended with a leash tightly wrapped around her neck and an IV line wrapped around her body. I did everything I could to save her despite having no medical training as an ACA 1 and immediately contacted management. No one responded. The public statement released afterwards was misleading and resulted in members of the community blaming me, leading to online harassment and even literal death threats. But the larger issue is this: Lola's death was not a freak accident. It was the result of a shelter with no written procedures, no real training beyond shadowing other untrained staff, and no accountability. Audit recommendation number 14 requests written protocols and proper training, yet 7 months later, this still has not been implemented. These issues are structural and they will continue without meaningful leadership change. Please reject Matt Lash's memo, conduct a full financial audit, and
Thank you. And the last group, just wait one moment. The last group to call down, Janine Sullivan. It looks like Christina Callahan, I believe. Lori Landis. Rosario, last name with a C. Chris Giangreco and Christina Banajera. And that's all the cards I have. If you did not hear your name, please make your way down. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda. A few weeks ago, I found an injured dog in San Jose who had been hit by a car. I rushed him to MedVet in Campbell, and thanks to their care, he survived, but it was only because of the one-time exception. Under the San Jose Animal Care Center recent policy change, MedVet is no longer allowed to accept stray or found animals for emergency care when the shelter is closed, unless the finder pays out of pocket. Instead, residents are told to call the non-emergency police line or 911. That experience made something very clear. This policy has created a dangerous gap in care and that dog was lucky. He was microchipped and reunited with his family, but many animals won't be so fortunate. Since October, if you find an injured, sick, or underage animal after hours, your only option is to call the police and pay your bill yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you all for your time and appreciate your support and listening to everybody here today. My name is Dinah. I'm a foster, an advocate, and on the front line of the animal overpopulation crisis here in the city of San Jose. I do trap, neuter, return across every district in the city. I help your constituents on a regular basis. San Jose cannot reduce animal homelessness without a prevention-focused strategy. While the ACS annual report highlights adoptions and intake reductions, it leaves out the most essential context: how many healthy animals are turned away, why so many arrive sick or injured, how many requests for help go unanswered, and whether our resources are addressing root causes or simply reacting to emergencies. Prevention must be the priority. That includes reopening the TNR request list. Even with long wait times, tracking demand is essential. Without data, we cannot make strategic decisions. A closed list hides the need. A wait list.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Chair and council members. I'm here today to beg you to help the animals at the San Jose Animal Shelter on Monterey Road. The shelter is overwhelmed. Dogs are being turned away because there is no space, and more animals are being euthanized simply because there is nowhere for them to go. It is heartbreaking and it is preventable. When the city ended the low-cost spay and neuter program about 5 years ago, the nonstop flow of dogs, cats, puppies, and kittens became unmanageable. Staff and volunteers are doing everything they can, but they cannot keep up. Without affordable spay and neuter services, the overcrowding will never stop. I'm asking you to bring that program back. It's the only real way to reduce intake and give these animals a chance at life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Valentina Martinchik. I volunteered at the shelter for 6 years. I know that by speaking today, I'm likely losing any remaining chance of ever being allowed to volunteer again at the shelter, because this shelter is managed through retaliation, bullying, and harassment. Today I'm talking about volunteers, not animals. San Jose Animal Shelter shows very little respect for the volunteers who are essentially running their own program. They're doing roughly 90% of work that should be handled by the volunteer coordinator, a position currently held by Elaine Rodriguez, which makes $85,000 a year. When volunteers speak up because they're frustrated and want things to improve, they are punished or pushed out without any explanation. There are many cases of bullying and intimidation, but people are afraid to speak up. In the 21st century, in the country where free...
That's your time. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Elena Gaffney. I'm from a local San Jose-based rescue group. Matt Lewis told me about a year ago about multiple groups outreach, and he was frustrated. In response, I submitted a proposal for public commission. A year passed. No commission ever formed. Instead, we still see selective closed-door conversations with small groups that we don't even know who they are. And San Jose dog rescues are excluded, even from pilot spay-neuter discussions. Meanwhile, critical questions are unanswered. Why is Animal Services under Public Works, a building group? Where is the spay-neuter budget going? Why were offers of high-volume spay-neuter providers rejected by the city? I believe it was the city's attorney's office. Why has intake and spay-neuter collapsed while being presented as progress? They skipped in their report data from 2008.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Christina. I'm a dog volunteer, and I'm just here today because I feel like the city continues to fund the crisis instead of solutions that would actually fix it. We live in San Jose, and according to the California legislation AB 240 analysis and San Francisco ASPCA, you need about $2,000 per animal to spay and neuter them, to house them, feed them, field services. And currently, I calculated we have over 18,000 entries for fiscal year 24 to 25. 2,000 are repeat entries, but those are still entries into the shelter. So I don't know where you got the 12,000 number from. I'd love to talk about it, but that means we're only spending about $960 on each animal. So I believe that they're struggling and the shelter needs help, and I feel like they're doing everything that they can, but at the end of the day, they need more resources from the city.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Christina Banerjee, and I would like to volunteer with the approval and onboarding process for the volunteers.
Hello, my name is Janine Sullivan. I'm a kitten foster volunteer. Please don't stop asking for accountability and progress now that it's been over a year since the audit was completed. There continues to be poor communication and protocols, a lack of proactive outreach and relationship building to fosters, rescues, and others. Currently, there are hundreds of volunteer applications that go unanswered. Many of the public have been trying to help and are not being addressed. Numerous cats in back rooms have been not actively promoted to rescue or foster. Things are slipping through the cracks and continue to happen. The current management team and shelter coordinators have been given recommendations from a number of stakeholders over the last year and beyond. This is well documented. Earlier this year, after hearing no outreach from the division manager, volunteer coordinator, and foster coordinator, fellow foster Fatima Lubinsky and I called for a meeting to discuss concerns and demand a call for action. After repeated and documented attempts, the same management team has refused or obstructed many of the simplest of efforts to make improvements. We often have been missing.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
My name is Rosario Concilio, Mr. Chairman, esteemed council members. I'd like to put things in perspective here. Not that long ago, we were doing an intake of 17,000 animals per annum at the shelter. We had live release rates over 90%. TNR, we were doing 160 felines a week. Now what do we got? 12,000 animals per annum, no TNR, live release rates. We don't even make no-kill status. Clearly there has to be a change here. All right, there needs to be some major surgery. I think the first step is to get SJACs the hell out of public works. All right. I think there should be a direct report to the assistant to Mr. Rios, Angel Rios. I think that's the only way we're going to get something done here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm not very well versed in this issue. I've got plenty of other things that I deal with on behalf of my community. We have some seriously dedicated community members in our neighborhood that estimate that they've TNR'd over 300 cats over the last 5 years, which is a big impact. They've told me about some of the problems that they've experienced with the shelter. One of them being, from what I understand, they have trouble scheduling TNRs because the place isn't properly staffed. And my response is, if the place isn't properly staffed and those staffing levels are funded, why doesn't the city take that funding for those unemployed positions and contract with veterinary services to keep the TNRs flowing? I mean, that's just basic, pretty basic solution. Thank you.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker. Back to NSE.
All right. Thank you so much. No worries at all. I want to thank everyone for their comments. Really appreciate everybody's passion, as well as thank staff for their presentation. We can please start with Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Chair. And
really appreciate everyone who came out to speak on this issue. I do have some questions prepared for staff that I want to get to, but I know that this is an issue that my colleagues as well as I have continuously heard as a main concern from our community. And so, we welcome you, Monica, to our city, and we look forward to your leadership at our animal shelter. So my first couple of questions are for you, Monica. Can you share with us what is your first impression of the team at the animal shelter?
Thank you. From my 6 weeks here, and actually from the first day, and when I was doing my recon to visiting San Jose, I did see, and I do see, a very dedicated staff that works very hard and wants to do best by the animals in the community. So I know that with our new protocols and procedures and getting our training implemented and all these steps we're taking, I know that they want to make those moves, and I trust that they will, and I'm here to help them do that. And of course, we'll just need your support in allowing us to make these changes and make it happen. So a great dedicated team, and there is a lot of compassion fatigue that goes on in this industry. There's a lot of emotional support that can be needed for the folks doing this work, and just I'm here to, again, support that and recognize that and help them have the tools to do their jobs. And we just want to be able to do our work and make it better. So I'm very optimistic, and that's why I'm here.
Thank you. And you've been here 6 weeks. So what are the top priorities for you in your first 100 days in the new role?
I have been meeting with groups and individuals as much as I can with the schedule, and again, allowing time to implement some changes and rewrite some protocols and do some training. So balancing that. So again, I want to meet with folks. I have meetings on Saturday this week, as well as other days this week. So opening the door, hearing the concerns, helping find solutions. I love that some solutions have been presented today as well, because I love to hear those. And so in addition to that, getting the staff the support they need, like I mentioned, identifying what tools we may need to put in place, what's almost there, in addition to the audit, definitely the audit focus, which does check a lot of those boxes. So I think those for the first 90 days, and obviously making sure we're elevating the care for the animals is the crux of everything. So.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that you're already engaged in reaching out to the community, hearing their concerns, learning from them how we can improve at the animal shelter. And clearly, we have neighbors, community members, community leaders who care deeply about the health and safety of the animals at the animal shelter. So what is your plan for community engagement, given what you've heard tonight?
So continued community engagement, of course, still doing more meetings, still listening, hearing more suggestions, getting to know everyone that's involved. And at the bottom line is we're all on the same team. We all want what's best for the animals, and we want to provide that. So I definitely want to continue in that area. Once again, the shelter is designed to be a temporary safe haven. So how can we mitigate any stress caused by the animals for being there? How can we keep them in their homes where they already have a home rather than trying to rehome them? And also, in doing that, there are some other areas where we can collaborate more, not just with rescue groups, but with other organizations, because once again, the situation with the animals in our communities is just a symptom of some other things going on. So I think there's a lot more collaboration we can do for big picture outcomes and making San Jose an even better place to live.
Thank you for that. Matt, this question might be for you or whatever staff can best field this, but with a $17.5 million annual budget at the animal shelter, can you tell us where that funding is going?
Sure.
So I appreciate this, and I appreciate the question. I appreciate everyone's interest in this. $17 million is a lot of money that we're trusted with for this service. Public Works has, as you know, a very large department, which our operating budget's like $230 million. This is about 17.5 of it. Since we are a service industry and animal care and services, the most of that goes to both the staff that does their work and our vendors that provide that service. So since it's a service industry, it's all in the people that are providing the service. Now, because they're animals, we have to have food and supplies and so forth, so that it's a bigger portion of that than normal in just a service industry is in those kinds of supplies. So, for example, you know, there's a lot of conversation about, we went from like 15.9 or whatever it was to 17.5 this year. First of all, this is welcome, and if you look at it daily, it's a $48,000 run per day, about $2,000 an hour to run when we have about 500 to 600 animals in the building at any given time during the peak season, and another 500 animals that we're responsible for in foster. And so it's a very large responsibility, and so look in terms of our burn rate. That change, that increase, if you look at it, about 1.2 million of the 15 million that increased was all in kind of truing up this ongoing cost. Half of it, a third of it was in COLAs and salaries and benefits of staff. Another third of it was attributed for the animal health technicians that were added during annual report, a different time of season than there's normally, so attributing to that. The rest of that was in base things like increased costs or inflation for food or services or other things we needed to purchase. That was 1.2 million of the 1.6 that it increased. So of the 17 million, about 14 million is just in the staff. And the other 3 million is for non-personal services for like food and vendors and our contract support. So it's a service industry, like all service industry, it's all in the people. This is a little different with animal care and services because we have food and certain things, material that we need to provide to the animals or to care for the animals, like leashes and things like that. And so it's pretty easy breakdown. It's all pretty transparent in terms of where the costs go, and so I hope that helps.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that transparency, and I do appreciate staff's commitment to producing an info memo at the beginning of next year to report out the results of the audit implementation work through the end of this calendar year. Can staff please remind the committee when the next audit report status update will be provided to NSE?
We weren't coming back to the NSE to talk about our audit. It's coming back to City Council in March. So what I was going to do, so originally I was going to come out with an info memo in December that we submitted everything, but that was when we were coming for our annual report in October. So I'm just telling you now that all of our stuff is going to be submitted, and we'll be evaluating it with the auditor's office through the month of January. And when they complete the report, they will be reporting in front of you on this stuff plus every other audit in March.
Okay, and that'll be close to 100 days for you, Monica. So I look forward to that report and hearing what my colleagues have to say on the issue as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Campos, for your thoughtful questions. Councilmember Candelas.
Thank you. I just want to begin by, again, thanking everybody who came out and to advocate and uplift our animals and our animal care shelter. I'm in awe of your passion and the work that you put in to make sure that our animals have a voice. And I also want to thank Matt and your team for your report. I think this report was bittersweet in the sense that we're seeing progress and we are making, in my opinion, positive progress. But I do want to make sure that for folks to understand that the reality is our animal care shelter is navigating through a national pet overpopulation crisis. In doing research, and my staff, looked into the issue a little bit, it's not just San Jose. Fresno, Riverside, and even San Diego are all facing similar challenges with overpopulation of animals. And so, that just to put that into perspective, Director Loesch, I had a question for you. Somebody mentioned a community action committee and lack thereof. Can you speak to that?
Yes, so like last time when I was in front of the committee, how open mouth, put foot in conversation. So what happened when I presented the audit? So the way the audit presentation happens, many of you know this, is when the auditor's office finishes the report, we get a brief period of time after it to write the stuff, the yellow pages that go at the end of saying, here's how we're going to implement this. We got a very brief time. They took about a year to produce the report. We took about a week or so to how are we going to implement this thing. And so I put in there that I think some of these I'm going to need some help to achieve these things. And my idea was a community action committee to focus on implementing the recommendations in the audit. And so as we started digging into the issues of the recommendations to implement, I realized they're very disparate in terms of their use. And so this committee, would really end up being more of focus groups of people on the actual issues. And so we've been bringing, as the recommendations have come in and as we needed to pull people in, it's not like I'm pulling in friends to focus on. It's like these people are going to be the result and using the thing that we implemented. The example, we created a rescue portal. And so I don't need a committee to help me with a rescue portal. We were leveraging the software we had. We put together our best idea. We had a focus group of folks like, tell us what you like and don't like, what are the pluses and minuses of it, so we could fix it, and off we go. We have another one that we're working on. Again, it's part of a group of folks that are helping us implement an enhanced TNR program that we're working on. You see the shift of days that was part that came out of that. We're talking about how we can add to own pets in that. So how we can keep expanding what things worked before, what things we needed to do and improve it. So is it part of a committee? It's more of focus groups in terms of solving a particular problem instead of forming it. It was the outcome. The committee was focused on helping implement audit recommendations as the outcome, not anything else. Now, Monica and I have been talking, like, what are we doing for outreach going through 2026? Assuming we have victory on the audit item, we and I have been talking about how do we frame what we want to do in terms of community outreach. That's still, I wanted to, like, what's your work plan for 26? That's what she's working on now. There'll be more to come in terms of what we're doing for a group of people working to interact with us on a regular.
Great. Okay, that's uplifting. So Monica, add that to your to-do. Just kidding.
She's already aware.
And another question I had was regarding the TNR schedule. I think that was on slide. It was early on, one of the slides. So essentially, what things are pending for 5 days of TNR, essentially, and is this possible, and should it be our target?
Yeah. So you can talk about it in just a minute. So we were directed to go see what we could do to get to 5 days. And what are we doing? Is 5 days the metric, or is it the number of days? And so what are the things so we have 3 days now. Why 3 days? Why not more? What are the things that are hinging us in terms of getting more days? If you could talk about what things are pending in terms of issues that are holding us back to adding more days, and is that the right metric? We had 6,990 surgeries last year. That was up about 10 to 12% from the year before. Right now, we're on target of the same thing, another 10 to 12% increase in terms of framing year to date, roughly where we're projected to do the same. What is it? What is the goal? More isn't a goal, it's an aspiration. So I've challenged the team. I want a number of what we're shooting for this year. And is it more days in terms of, so I challenge, and they're still pondering it. What are the hang-ups for getting to 5 days? What are holding us up staffing-wise to do that?
Definitely still staffing-wise, we do not have the bandwidth with staff to operate 2 clinics 5 days a week, because obviously we're operating our main shelter clinic 5 days a week to get post-adopt animals, kittens from foster, so that we can move them through the system. We don't want surgery to be the bottleneck where animals get stuck. We kind of revisited how we present our data. So true TNR is not count towards population metrics with shelters. So TNR means an animal is trapped, it's brought in the morning to a facility, it has surgery, ear tip, and it's picked up that day. It is not housed at the facility. So TNR is not supposed to, per the national shelter metrics, count towards. So we do true TNR 2 days a week. Okay. We, since I've started, and historically, we have been doing, and it's sort of shifting to now called a community cat program. So it's a combination of both TNR and what's called return to field. So RTF are cats that you do impound, and you care for them and house them. Some of them have minor medical issues like a cold or a laceration, or an abscess, yeah. But we're providing care and housing them. But based on our intake questionnaire, we have a pathway planning that we can flag, and yes, this is a cat that's part of an already established community, so its pathway is going to be returned to the field. We were never really tracking the RTFs, and so I worked with IT just this year to go back and flag the sort of areas in Chameleon where we could track how many community cat surgeries that we've done, and we were shocked that it was well over 1,500. And so the years prior, how the shelter operated with TNR is that they were all done in an RTF manner. So these cats were trapped, brought into the shelter upwards as late as 9 o'clock, and kenneled in a manner that now, as we discussed last year, is considered an unacceptable housing. So they were kept in half kennels for 3 days, and then they were transferred, because at that time, TNR was still a little bit controversial, so lots of shelters would transfer the cats, but it was basically they're going back to their community. So that's why you'll see this inflated number of like live cat releases, because they were done in an RTF manner during those prior years. So once we started capturing that data, we were shocked that how much community cat surgeries we've actually been performing this entire time, because we're doing them every day. We're just plugging them in, front shelter, back shelter.
Got it. Okay. All right. So it sounds like we have a multi-pronged strategy to how we actually do the TNR or the neutering program for kittens.
A community cat program.
A community cat program. Yeah.
And when you look at other shelters, like comparable large government shelters, a lot of shelters are actually moving away from doing TNR at all. So Sacramento Front Street, which is similar in size, they take in 9,500 to 10,000 animals a year. They don't do TNR at all at their facility. So they work with a nonprofit that fundraises called Friends of Front Street that sponsors 50 cats to be done at a nonprofit.
Oh, got it.
San Francisco Animal Control does not do any healthy TNR. They're all done by the San Francisco SPCA. So I don't know that that's the direction that we want to go, is to do 5 days a week, because something's got to give, and we don't want it to be all the stray animals that still need our help. So we're doing it in a strategic way. We're doing more than all the shelters that I have compared us to. We're doing more than Stockton. We're doing more than the San Francisco. We're doing more than Sacramento. So we're already doing more than other government shelters, and I'm proud that we're able to. But we'll have to just keep revisiting, do we even want to add more days, or are we stretched thin enough that we really need to make sure that we're focusing on the animals that are already in our care?
Got it. And the staffing question is also something that we have to balance as a council with regards to obviously the competing priorities we heard earlier today on the different needs and levers that the community is asking for us to pull.
Yeah, one last piece. This last year we were funded $200,000 for spay-neuter services with outside vendors. We have those contracts. We're going to be seeking more contracts in the new year. That we use those now. We have to use those for owned cats and owned animals, I apologize, and TNR cats and so animals. And so we're trying to figure out how quickly we'll get those on. We have them now, but they soon expire, so we'll have to renew those soon enough. And so we do have those services, and we do use those services.
Got it. No, great. And my light is blinking, but given my light doesn't blink too often, I'm going to keep going, if that's okay with you, Chair.
That's fine.
A follow-up question. Michael Wagner actually sent a question about if the animal care center staff rely on the help of volunteer groups and when it comes to rescuing dogs placed on the euthanasia list, does the staff rely heavily on volunteers for this?
So does staff rely on volunteers?
On the help of volunteer groups when it comes to rescuing dogs? No, please, I'd want to hear, I understand folks are very passionate, but I want to hear from staff. And I have trouble walking and chewing gum sometimes, so I'd like to hear from staff.
So is your question, how do animals get euthanized? How do decisions get made on them? Or how, because if your question is, how do we...
Does the staff rely heavily on the help of volunteer groups when it comes to rescuing dogs placed on the euthanasia list?
So we rely on volunteers for tons of things. And so do volunteers seek rescue for dogs that are on the final list? The answer is yes.
Okay.
Do we rely on them? The answer is, do we rely on them? That is the outcome. When we put these animals on final, mostly dogs, it's because we don't believe that it is in their well-being to stay in our shelter. And the only outcome right now, because there is no other outcome, is to euthanize them. And we're happy to talk through what that decision set is and how that gets done. But the attention that gets to them And so, yes, there are advocate groups and there are rescues that focus on animals that are just on the final list and their chance to save their life. That is one of their missions.
Got it. And then the last question I'll ask is, do we have a low-cost spay/neuter option for owned pets that is done by the shelter staff and not an outside organization?
Yes, that's what we listed on that chart with the TNR chart. On Mondays, we have straight TNR only. On Wednesday, we have owned dogs. On Thursday, we have TNR, plus we have owned cats.
Got
and
it.
so we're looking how we can absorb and expand that more.
Okay, great. No, thank you. And that's all the questions for now, Chair. But again, I appreciate the staff's response. And again, I will say something that we heard actually in the first presentation. And I heard some comments about Public Works and whether the animal care center should be in Public Works or not. But I think it's important to realize the magnitude or the work that's required in order to provide care for our animals and the complexities around. This is the largest or the longest list of recommendations based on an audit, pretty much in the history of San Jose, if I remember that correctly. When Joe gave the presentation, it was one of the longest to-dos based on the audit. And so that coupled with aggressively expanding our interim housing units more than any other city, it's tough work, and the balance that your department has to do, Matt, is commendable. And I know it's not easy, but I just I wanted to give you kudos and props and keep grinding through and trying to deliver not just our interim housing units, but better care for our animals and under your leadership. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Candelas. Now I'm going to move towards Councilmember Cohen.
All right. Thank you. And I know for a long time we've been having these reports and dealing with these issues, and I've been asking lots of questions over the years about the operation of the shelter. I want to thank everybody for their passion on this topic. We are operating under, in the last 5 years, under a large number of community emergencies and funding pressures all at the same time for a lot of different departments in our city. So certainly this department is not unique, but it is one of the many important services that we have to figure out how to do more with less. We just heard from the Parks Department right before this about the lowest dollars per park per resident in the entire, of all comparable cities that we compare ourselves against for the maintenance of our parks, and the list goes on for almost every service we provide. It's the unfortunate truth of where we are as a city of San Jose. I do want to appreciate the details in this report. We have a lot more data and trends to see than we've seen in past reports, so I appreciate understanding the operation of the shelter better and understanding how it's moving forward. One of the things I've been asking for a while is this question of our contracts with other jurisdictions other than San Jose. And I know you remember, Matt, that I've asked this question before. Whether we are getting back getting reimbursed appropriately for providing a service for other cities before we feel we can adequately provide a service for our own city. And I still don't necessarily know that we have the answer to the question about how much are we spending on that, how much are we receiving in back, and what does it do to our capacity to be able to operate our shelter?
So you'll have a lot more detail on one particular contract, probably in the April-May timeframe when we bring back the Milpitas contract that we're currently negotiating. So to not front-run that negotiations too much, but we're in a good place where San Jose has invested a lot in adding capacity in terms of staff and the building. And so we needed to make sure that those contracts aligned with that increased investment on San Jose's side. If you look back at the chart in terms of field, we went to 15,000 field calls for field for service, and Milpitas is like regularly 1,000. The other ones are 500 or 600 or 300 or something like that. Far, far lower. The three of them combined is not even 10% of the overall calls, or maybe a little bit larger than that. And so it's Milpitas, I think 12% of our intakes. It's a very small amount. And so we believe we've aligned the contract, this upcoming contract, to align to what we expect is equal towards the services we're providing to them based on the increase in services we have at the shelter. So we've added the four, like AHD, the vet techs this last year, so that's $500,000 or whatever we've added to our budget. That needed to be spread out and borne by all the contract cities. So as we renew them every 3 years, we reevaluate, are they at the right amount? As they consider, do they want us to still provide these services? So as of right now, it hasn't gone to Milpitas, and it hasn't come to you yet, so it's not a done deal. That contract expires in June. So we'll be in front of council with that contract renewal from Milpitas, and we'll write up the description as to how we are doing it. I've got spreadsheets right now that we've worked on, but I think we're aligning this increased cost to what service we were providing, particularly to Milpitas and to the other cities commensurately.
Okay, thank you. When we have that come back, what I'd like to see is, I know that most of these types of things, when we do these kinds of contracts, our model is cost recovery. We're trying to recover the costs that we incur in order to provide the service. But there's a second piece of this in my mind, which is the opportunity cost of our staff, which might be, we might get that paid for, but we might then not have the staff we need to do what we're doing locally. And I understand you were talking about scaling up, so maybe when we get the report back, understand, have we scaled up commensurate with the work that we're doing outside the city so that we're not impacting the work we do inside the city?
That's fair. When we added on one of the cities, I can't remember which one, we realized that the field staff would be overly stretched, and so we added another ASO, field animal services officer, and another vehicle that was contracted and paid for by them. So we did expand the staff at the time, and when we added staff to account for the animals we have in the building, we've added those costs onto those contracts commensurately. So we'll bring it in front of you, and you can see if we did it, met our mark there.
Okay. And I know, obviously, our shelter has had some leadership turmoil and transition, and I want to welcome you, Monica. I look forward to some steady leadership in the shelter, and unforeseen circumstances led us to to have maybe some problems with that leadership in the last few years. But I think it's nice to know that we have somebody with that can be focused and help us move forward. So just wanted to welcome you. I want to thank Dr. Cather for being here. One of the questions I was going to ask is, I know that in the past we had a shortage of actual veterinarians. We had trouble hiring veterinarians. Are we fully staffed on veterinarians now?
Yes, we are. We finally got our last full-time position filled.
Okay, we filled that. Because I know there's a shortage of veterinarians, and it's a national issue. My daughter's in vet school now, so hopefully she'll be prepared to join you in a few years. She did tell me an interesting statistic, because they learn these things while they're in vet school, that there are more lawyers in the state of Florida than there are vets in the entire United States. That just gives you an idea of the scale, the shortage. There's not very many places that train veterinarians. It's a very, very limited pool, so we're really appreciative to have our full-time vets at the shelter, and want to thank you for the work you do. Also, acknowledging the high stress levels that not just veterinarians, but everybody in animal care industry is under. The kinds of conversations we're having today are very stressful and difficult for people to have. And it is the reason why, as we've even studied this in our family, the level of mental health problems in veterinarians and people in animal care is actually one of the highest in any career path that exists. And so I want to just thank you and the team for what you do in our shelter in very difficult circumstances with a lot of demands on you. So I'm hopeful that now that we have our full-time staff, we have a full-time assistant director that will be the director of the shelter, that we are moving in the right direction, and we will start to see progress. So I'll just leave it at that, and I will move acceptance of the staff report.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Cohen. Vice Chair Dewan.
Thank you, Chair. I know it's a difficult subject for both our staff and our residents. Everyone have passion. I think we forget that to focus on the positive, focus on every step that we do. We're human. There will be mistake. I promise you there will be a mistake. If you don't make mistakes, you're not human, because that's life. And I think that in every situation, there's always a solution, and the solution is not like immediate as we want. It takes time, it takes effort. For, you know, our new director, it's going to take some time. Allow her to have some time to find solution, to rectify what you think is wrong. But by just attacking and you know, making negative comments before she even have an opportunity, I think that's wrong. And I'll tell you this, I'm willing to say I make a lot of mistakes and continue to make mistakes in my life. And I think we just have to look at this is a proverb from somewhere, I forgot, but before we criticize others, we need to look in the mirrors and ask ourselves, are we perfect? Are we willing to step up when it's tough time and hard time? So I just think that's important that we look at that. And I'm glad that Dr. Cather, for what you get in pay compared to the outside world, and the amount of animal that you have to work with every single day is difficult. And the amount, and I happen to, you know, inadvertently walk into the shelter the other day, you know, as I just drove by, and I met Monica, our new director, and I said, you know, from the vet to the volunteers, there's a lot of mental health because you see a lot of animal death and suffering. But how do we overcome that? We cannot overcome that. We keep looking at the negative. We look at every single step and we celebrate every positive thing that we can. And I'm going to tell you, there's no such thing as perfection. And I hope that we can slowly overcome all the deficit for the health of the animal, for the happiness of the animal, and for our residents. We have to come together and solve this. Not one director, not a deputy director, or division manager, or just a vet. We as a community. So let's look at how we can do it, right? And I appreciate our speakers, and I appreciate our staff. It's not an easy thing. And if it's an easy thing, I'm sure you all can fix it. It's not. Let's be realistic of what we can do. And I hope that you can be part of the solution, not part of the problems, right? And yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that we all trying. Okay? Thank you so much, and I hope that we can work together.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just want to start by again, thanking all of our commenters here, especially our passionate animal advocates. You know, it's apparent that there needs to be work done here at the City of San Jose to improve ACS, and I want to thank our city staff for everything that's been done to lead us to this point. And I don't think, I don't think me as an elected official would ever ask for perfect. I don't think there's perfect, but what I do ask for is continuous improvement, and I think that's somewhere that we should be able to agree on, both us as elected officials, both our community members and the public, and our staff. Right? You know, things will happen. As mentioned, we are human, but as long as every day we are improving, we are identifying issues and gaps in our strategy and making direct changes, I think that's what people are asking for. And so I just want to thank our ACS team for the work reflected in this report and everything you do under challenging conditions. My colleagues have already said it, already. We ask you to do a lot. In many cases, not provide you the resources and support needed to accomplish everything. And so just like you all are under pressure, we are under pressure as well. And at the end of the day, what we want is for the betterment of our animals and the betterment of our community. But at the same time, us as committee members, we have a duty to ask direct questions, sometimes uncomfortable questions, because the stakes are high, and that's our job. The community is here to hold us accountable. At the end of the day, we are the ones who are held accountable. We don't, have direct oversight over staff, and so they do have direct oversight over who gets elected, and so we need to hold our role and respect our role as the voice for the public. And so my questions are intended to just pursue transparency, accountability, and clarity, which I know that you guys are working to do every day, but I want to strive for more. And so I just wanted to follow up on a question that my colleague, Councilmember Candelas, mentioned in regards to the committee. I understand you already spoke to that, Matt, in regards to what exactly happened, whether it was a misspeaking or not necessarily directly what you intended to say. I do think that when we say things on the record, we do have to follow through with them, and so I'm going to be looking. And so I just want to offer my support to you, Monica. There needs to be some sort of mechanism for community input, whether it's a committee, whether it's quarterly feedback meetings with the public or stakeholders. We need something. That way, we hold ourselves accountable to what was said on public record. And of course, I give you liberty to develop what that is, but please, use us as a sounding board. We want to be collaborative in that discussion. Next question. This is in regards to our dogs. How many dogs are being placed on quote-unquote final? And can you walk us through how that process works? Who makes those decisions? And what criteria are used? And what oversight exists?
So we have a euthanasia criteria, and the euthanasia criteria spells out that these are the behaviors that meet the criteria for consideration for euthanasia. So it might be for medical reasons, and I think that you can understand if an animal has a condition that is life-threatening, or we just don't have the resources to treat. For instance, we get a lot of dogs that need essentially it's called an FHO. Dr. Cather can speak to it, but essentially it's a pretty difficult surgery. It has to be done by a orthopedic surgeon, and that can be anywhere from $8,000 to $10,000. It's a large recovery time, and if we can't identify a surgeon that can do this, sometimes UC Davis helps us out, but the dog can't continue to live in pain, and we would consider euthanizing that dog if rescue cannot be sought. When it comes to behavior, we might put a dog on final that maybe they've bitten somebody and it's a pretty significant bite, unprovoked. If the dogs are doing really poorly in the shelter, you'll see, despite some pharmaceutical intervention, sometimes dogs, they just are not tolerating the stay. Nobody's coming to adopt them. They start jumping off the walls. They start spinning in kennels. Their quality of life is really decreasing. So in our euthanasia criteria, it spells out the behaviors that we would consider as candidates for euthanasia. And we then as a group, we do rounds every single week where we have members of the medical team, members of the shelter team that look at these dogs and say, okay, is this something that we can do? What can we do to help them? Euthanasia is always a last resort, but we also have a responsibility to keep the community safe. So we attempt to make them visible for rescue. As Matt says, we've launched a rescue portal where the rescue groups that have signed rescue agreements with us, they can have access to all their medical records, all their behavior notes. They can put animals on hold, rescue hold in real time. And it's a very difficult decision to make, and I do appreciate the rescue groups and when they are able to step up. When we can help a huge chunk of the animals, we can't help them all. We can't. We don't have the resources or the space. Our kennels are kind of one size fits all, right? We don't. So if you have a dog that has a difficult time with right now, I've been office fostering a little Papillon that came to us, and he actually had to be trapped. He was running on the streets for about 2 months, and finally was trapped and came to us, and very fearful. And so I've been taking him into my office, and we put him on needs rescue urgent, and that's the step, is like letting rescue groups know, hey, this dog urgently needs to get out. And I just found out before I came today that a Papillon rescue group saw him on the needs rescue urgent list. He's doing great, but he doesn't like for you to reach for him. And that's a very, very difficult dog for us to adopt out when people are coming looking for a family pet, but the rescue is absolutely the right place to go. So once the decision to put him on, it's a collaborative decision. It should never be one person saying, that's a lot of emotional toll, and you want to have a variety of perspectives.
Okay, great, thank you. And you kind of touched on that. I appreciate that example. I'm really happy for this pet and their new home, and I want to thank staff and, of course, the rescue team who supported that decision. You kind of touched on this a little bit in regards to resources and space available. Do we ever find ourselves, I'm not a vet, I don't work in ACS, do we ever find ourselves making euthanasia decisions based on resources or staff limitations available? Please, let's please, yeah.
We still do not euthanize for space or time. As most government shelters are not a place that can do significant behavior rehabilitation. That's just not a thing that large government shelters will ever have the bandwidth to do. And as Monica said, sort of the industry standard is that anything over 2 weeks is considered a prolonged length of stay. And as you guys have also recognized, this is not a San Jose problem. This is a national shelter problem, especially with large breed dogs where they're sitting. And we know that the longer they sit, the more that they mentally break down. So we're starting to incorporate using something called an FAS. So that's a fear, anxiety, and stress scale. It ranges from 0 to 5, where 0 is this dog is a complete jelly roll, can do anything, he doesn't have an ounce of stress. These are sort of flagged green, low-hanging fruit dogs. We're currently working on the SOP. So at intake, an FAS score is assigned, and this was stuff that I recently went to shelter behavior rounds with both veterinarians and non-veterinarian behaviorists who work with GGs, which is known to take and rehabilitate dogs. They only can handle 30 at a time. So an FAS of 3 or higher is flagged that this dog is suffering from significant fear, anxiety, and stress. So those dogs will be immediately flagged for our medical team to assess, is this a dog during its stray weight that would benefit from an anxiolytic drug? And so it will be prescribed an anxiolytic drug during that stray weight. At the end of the stray weight, the behavior team, as Kiska said, which consists of somebody from medical, somebody from the coordinator, and an experienced ACA animal care attendant that has experience working with dogs, does another behavior evaluation. We reassess the FAS score. If the FAS score has improved, that's fantastic. If the FAS score is still greater than a 3, but the dog's not showing any aggression, this is again a dog that it's not fair to have a dog living in a state of fear. Some of these dogs are at the back trembling. They spend the majority of their time in their runs. As many amazing volunteers we have that take them out on walks because of the volume of dogs we have. Dogs are lucky if maybe they get to spend 20 minutes out of their cage once a day. If a dog is displaying any sort of aggressive behavior towards the staff and has a high FAS, that's triggering us moving forward to do something called the ASPCA Canine Risk Assessment. And so this is a thing developed by the ASPCA where you go through likelihood and consequences and sort of overall rate the dog based on what you're seeing, based on what the triggers of the aggression. It's quite a process that we're all familiarizing ourselves to create this SOP and start implementing this. We've been practicing it for the last few weeks with rounds. But there are certain stop signs even in the risk assessment. So if you're doing your risk assessment and you find that, say there's a level 4 bite, so there's a Dunbar bite scale. If this dog has a level 4 bite, even the ASPCA says, stop, this is not a safe animal. And so with all those things, then based on that color coding triage system, it'll end up, if this dog is, the risk assessment is severe and the FAS is high, that might be a dog that we don't even feel is safe to go out to the community through rescue, because we have a responsibility to not put those types of dogs out in the public. If it comes back as the orange category, those are ones that we're saying we can try and do what we can, try to eliminate some of the triggers that's causing the aggression, but this is a dog that's not safe for our staff to have to keep handling, trying to get out of the kennel. And so those dogs probably would be put on a final with documentation of the behaviors that we're seeing. There's gonna be behaviors that you see of them in the play yard, you know, like to catch ball, running, getting along with other dogs, but we can't ignore the behaviors that are putting our staff and the public potentially at risk.
Appreciate that. I really appreciate you providing us the entire, I guess, decision-making tree for how you approach these decisions, which are tough. I will acknowledge that. Just to return to my question, because I must have misstated it. My question is in regards to, do we put dogs on final for limitations with resources or staffing, not medical or behavioral issues?
So I believe she answered it, but it might have been mixed in the description. We do not euthanize animals for space. Okay.
All right. Thank you. I see what you're saying. Thank you. Please, guys, we're here to ask questions. We have to have the conversation. So given the significant backlog in TNR services, would ACS consider reopening the TNR request list? I understand the demand is high, but how will you notify trappers when they open, if it opens?
Yeah, so one of the question came in from staff when we had 350 people on the wait list, which is about a month and a half to 2 months, 2.5 months out. Keep grabbing more names for people that they're having to watch and monitor and possibly trap this cat seems silly. And like other organizations that folks in our community use, we tell them, like, for right now, this service is paused. We don't need you to put in more names. Until we get through our backlog, then we, not all the way through it, but as we get that backlog down, then we'll reopen that service so we can, not the service of neutering, but the service of taking more reservations. And so we'll open up that reservation chain. So yes, we are going to be open up that reservation chain. I haven't talked to staff of what that date is in terms of how we're progressing down that list, but to have 300 or 400 or 500 people watching particular cats seems a little bit silly on both ends of it, and so, but it also just unrealistic that we can actually keep moving, because then if they've moved on or they can't find the cat, it's just a bunch of labor hours to track after it. Or if they've trapped the cat already, then they're waiting for 2 months for the animal in a trap. That seems also inappropriate.
Okay, I appreciate that. I guess this question is for Monica. When you are prepared to reopen TNR services, how will you work to communicate that with trappers and the other stakeholders?
We do have a staff member dedicated to that and working that program right now, so that's a relatively new development, and she's been in communication and she's monitoring the flow and making sure we have the resources, and so she would be communicating that with the groups, and once we get through, you know, when we find that it would be time to reopen that, so we do have a dedicated staff person for that now.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. And we've also heard, and I've heard from stakeholders, that ACS has had to place some constraints on intake due to capacity challenges. Can you clarify whether state law requires shelters to accept kittens under 12 weeks of age, and walk us through how ACS is currently managing intake to stay in compliance?
So I'll start for a minute, and they'll talk about how it actually is. So when you have 170 dog kennels, that sort of sets a ceiling on a number of dogs, and then we have to then shrink down their space and make it more uncomfortable for both. We already talked about how poor that is to put. So we do have to constrict intake at times, and so the answer is yes, we do constrict intake, and we have lots of mechanisms we've worked with our staff with outreach and communication with our vendors to have good communication skills and have provide all the opportunities. Are there requirements that you're understanding? Can you talk about that, please, about the requirements to intake animals under 12 weeks old?
There is a requirement that we take in animals if it is perceived that there is, or if we know that they have an owner. Kittens and puppies that are under 8 weeks old are presumed that they do not have owners, and again, we're going back to best practices that have been developed in the industry, that the best thing to do is to have them receive care outside of the shelter. So we certainly prioritize sick and injured, and in order for us to make sure that we have enough space to be able to take in the sick and injured, sometimes we might ask the finder, can you hold on to them? We can provide you supplies. But the requirement is for us to accept animals that have that potentially have an owner. So we look and see if they have collars, do they have microchips, and those will have the priority for entry. As some of the discussion that has come up, we have seen a large increase in the number of animals coming from single sources. So in the last month, I think that there was a hoarding situation with cats. 2 weeks ago, we got in 60 animals from one residence, a combination of quails and pigeons and guinea pigs and 11 dogs. So we have to really be strategic in accepting the animals that are coming in and prioritizing sick and injured and animals that owners may be looking for them.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I guess that goes to my next question. Is there, I guess, investments the city should be making in order to improve your ability to comply with this requirement?
This is one of the things we've been working on a lot with the audit, is answering this exact question. So it will be more detailed when we submit our audit response. But what we're really looking at Councilmember Ortiz, is how we can reduce the length of stay. So if you have 10 animals coming in a day and your average length of stay is 10 days, you need 100 kennels, because by the time you're at day 10, you'll have had 100 animals in the kennels. So we have been tracking the number of animals that we are diverting at intake, and we'll be using those figures to again, create a detailed response about whether or not we should be investing in more kennel space. However, it's still not a home for the animals, right? We're still just, offering them, as Dr. Cather said, a kennel, and hopefully I mean, we can get them out for a half hour a day, that's good. So the best, I believe, use of resources is to continue to drive down that length of stay, because if we got the length of stay down in my first example to 9 days instead of 100 kennels, you need 90. So by driving down the length of stay, you'll actually reduce the amount of space that you need without reducing the services that you're providing.
Okay, great. And in response to I think you mentioned in response to the audit, you're going to be providing some recommendations, especially since we're leading up into the budget, that the council could approve or at least consider in order to improve that. Correct?
Correct.
Yes? Okay.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, great. I don't know where I'm. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Angel. I was done. I was gonna make a friendly amendment, but here we go. Thank you, David. I'm happy to support your motion, but I just want to make a friendly amendment. I want to include a request that staff include an in-depth financial breakdown in the next annual report, so we can clearly understand how resources are being used and what additional investments may be needed to meet our welfare obligations.
Okay, I mean, it's reasonable. I think it's a reasonable request to ask for.
Sure, we can add a section to the annual report next year that has a financial breakdown and more financial detail. Sure, absolutely.
Okay, well, that's
good with me too.
All right, thank you so much. Angel?
Yeah, Chair, I just wanted to make a couple of comments to connect a couple of things. One, first, I want to thank Matt and Dr. Cather and Kiska and clearly welcome Monica because they have a tough job and they've been doing a heck of a job. I'm real close to this issue, and they oftentimes get the brunt of things, but behind the scenes there's a lot that happens. Not only them, but the entire ACS staff behind them. Clearly, though, or at the same time, I should say, this tug of war between some of our community stakeholders and staff is having an adverse impact on our collective ability to serve the animals that we need. So clearly, going forward, one, I think we do need to lean in stronger around really bridging that gap and working with our community to do this. And you've already heard Monica, that's one of her priorities. So that's something that we will be seeing, because I think it's important to bridge that gap so that we are on one team, right? And then secondly, I think, a lot of the issues that have been identified could be addressed if we just really step up spay and neuter, and that includes TNR and low-cost, options and all. So I think we'll continue to work with the team to just continue to enhance that. Again, easier said than done, but those are things that we'll also be focusing on. But I just want to make sure that the progress that was presented today does not get overlooked, because there is significant progress that has been made, and at the same time, still much that needs to be done. So I just wanted everyone to know that we're all mindful of that and committed to that. So.
No, thank you, Angel. I do want to thank Matt. I want to thank the entire department for your continued dedication to the city of San Jose and our animals. In no way did my comments mean to belittle the progress. We have made great progress, and I want to always strive for continuous improvement, as I had mentioned. And so my comments were in line with the love of our community and the love for our animals. And thank you as well to our advocates and our community members. You're an important voice in this conversation. I look forward to working with both city staff and you to move this needle forward. All right, let's call the vote, please.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. Open forum. Yes, we will now go to open forum. I didn't forget about you. Sorry, open forum,
waiting.
Please.
Yes. Chris with Winchester Orchard, come on down.
Yes. Yeah, and these have to be on items that weren't on the agenda.
And you have 1 minute.
Oops, sorry.
Earlier in the night, Mr. Dwan had mentioned pride in our parks. Our neighborhood association will have great pride in our new park, and there's one problem with our new park that the city is going to accept, by the end of the year, theoretically, and that is that the urban village boundary that separates our park from the our neighborhood from the development has two urban village boundary forms. One of them is a proper and correct precast concrete wall. The other is wooden fences. As these urban villages play out and developments happen in your council districts, if this urban village boundary scenario is not clearly defined, your council districts will have the same problems as ours. Our park will be incomplete without this wall replacing the existing fences along 3 properties.
Thank you, that's your time. Courtney, come on down.
So he's asking for walls on a property? I didn't get that. Oh, okay.
So I would like to talk on the city whistleblower reports. So personally, I did file a whistleblower report at my city job, and I met with the director of the Office of Employee Relations. She took a bunch of feedback from me, and when I asked for updates or any sort of information, because I spent an hour and a half with her detailing events, I never received any update from her. Is this standard, and is this how your city investigates serious whistleblower complaints, or what would you recommend?
I'm happy to follow up with you afterwards.
Yeah, that
to
sounds great.
answer any
Thank you.
questions. Thank you.
Elena?
I wanted to mention that since Mr. Candelas mentioned that we are in crisis, I wanted to mention that associated ordinances that can help addressing the crisis, we had been also communicating with a lot of council members, like illegal breeding restrictions, and microchipping, mandatory microchipping would greatly help, because currently most of the animals that are being found and lost, they can never be identified what source they're coming from. So those ordinances, a lot of cities throughout California, they're right now looking at adopting, and can this also be looked at by council? And please let me know how to continue this conversation, because I've been emailing to so many of you, I never hear back. I'm a local San Jose rescue, and I'm taking animals that this shelter declines regularly, and they don't even microchip those animals. People come to us, and we help them to microchip.
Thank you, that's your time.
Happy to speak to you afterwards. Thank you so much.
I think the next one's Christy. Yeah, Christina, and reminder, this is for topics that were not already heard on the agenda.
Thank you, Peter Ortiz, for meeting with us prior to this day. So I just appreciate, I don't know if you remember.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good to see you.
But I did mention the proposed ordinance that I had written to strengthen the laws on illegal breeding and to empower our enforcement officers to confiscate several animals. And so I have not sent it to, I've sent it to you before, but you told me to resend it to you, and I didn't. Because you said something about the Department of Policy writing, and anyway, I don't know the correct avenue, so it would be good to have your guidance on that. And although I don't believe that we have enough animal care officers to enforce, stricter laws, it would be good to have in place for when we do, so that we can prevent this issue. Because I can't go back on the previous topic, but it would be great if we can update our ordinances to align with San.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to the committee.
Meeting adjourned.